Hello, welcome to this live stream where we are setting up the latest Pure for Assetto Corsa, which should bring with it clouds in LCS mode, linear colour space. I don't like non-linear colour spaces, only like linear ones, so we're going to give it a blast, and we'll also set up we'll have our server running, so we'll see how this goes. We need to head over to Patreon first to download the latest version of Pure, and yeah, and we can just chat and take it easy whilst we do this. That's what we're doing. Why not? Also, we've tested to see if the stream works. Hello, Strikefly Pilot. How's it going? It's been over a week since I've been on this sim rig. Moncastia, Peepo, Pet Frog. So it'll be interesting to see if everything works. Computers tend to like get depressed when you don't use them for a while. That's what I've found. Exactly, Dylan. Who needs to do anything when I do it all for you? I go to Gamescom, I walk around with a camera for 7 hours, I talk like a tit with people, I make an idiot of myself, so you don't have to. Yeah, I had LOCKTL. I had two kebabs, and then they upset my stomach. So I guess kebabs are not a good idea. Yeah, when I got to Dusseldorf, I had a kebab, and then the next day I was like, oh, I feel a bit sick. And then I had another kebab that night, and I was like, I feel even more sick now. So I don't know what it is. Dusseldorf kebab poisoning. How many German wives did you put in your customs exactly? For hundreds. Brought them all back. What's Pure, Jaxie? Pure is a graphics mod for Assetto Corsa, and it changes your life. It will change your life. Overdose on kebabs, yeah. They're generous. In Dusseldorf, you get huge servings for like €7. You get like two English kebabs worth of meat. So maybe I just ate too much meat. Maybe it's just protein overdose. I don't know. So I don't normally eat that much meat. Right, download. Dusseldorf was nice though. Enjoyed Germany. I'm not sure what's more weird, if Germany or UK, which is more weird. It is, well, everything's to influence energy drinks these days. Like, German trains are insane. German trains are mental, but you kind of get to where you're going faster than the UK. So I don't know if German trains beat British trains. I'm not sure. Like, British trains are easier to understand. British trains are simpler. German train stations are insane. Like 5 trains that go to the same place, but you can only get on one of them unless you want to pay more. But then you have to use a different ticket. But then there's a fast train and a slow train, but they leave at the same time. German trains. It's actually, you can make a comedy sketch about them. They're that crazy. Who doesn't love German meat? Show me the meat. Do they? I've never seen a German blow their nose. I know French people do that, and I know Canadians do that. But I've never seen a German blow their nose. Ah, nice. Pure engine. Alright, we're down. I'm just downloading it now, so I'm gonna uninstall the old one. My AC accounts, my AC's looking rusty these days. Ah, linear color space. Linear color space. Get it installed right now. Linear color space. The linear colour space song. You never heard that one? All the clubs are singing that these days. I've run out of space. Why have I got no space on any of my computers? My laptop, no space. My main PC, editing PC, no space. My gaming PC, no space. My phone, no space. I have a file server that's got space on it. I bet that's nearly full. Let's have a look. Oh, it doesn't tell you. I know it's got like 20 terabits or something, so it's probably got space. But like, that's no use because I need to make space on here. Crap. What? Right, let's make some space. He walked into an 80s lounge. Right, here we go. I can remove some of these videos. Oh no, hang on. Wrong computer. Right. Oh dear. LMU, Kunos, the AC myth. Right. Ah, there we go. Let's 46 gig of space. Let's just move this. So, well, please hold, ladies and gentlemen. Videos. Just transfer some files over the network. Goodbye, porcupine. It took all day to sort it. Oh man, holding. It's videos. What I need to do is work out a streamlined. Well, I need to just be organised, which I never will be, so there's no point. But like streamlined way. I have pretty streamlined. I need to do even better. This is what AI can do. If Microsoft weren't stupid, you would have AI tools. Large language models could probably analyse files and stuff, and then it could go, oh yeah, you could save these. Hello, Chedhead. It is the final frontier. I'm alright, yeah, I'm a bit tired, a bit exhausted recently. I always, whenever I go to like trade shows and stuff, so I really enjoy it, but I go into like a hyper social mode, which I'm not a hyper social person. I'm quite a recluse. I like walking in fields. So and then it's like really manic, and then I'm trying to do like videos, and then I always feel like, oh, I need to get this video, I need to get that video, I need to do this, and I set myself a stupid thing to do, like a 7-hour tour. I don't know why I do that, it's stupid. And then I'm like, oh, go do that, I could do that, I could do this, do that, do this, and then I'm like, oh, now I need to edit the videos, and will the videos get any views? And I need to get views on the videos. and so whenever I go to something, I think my brain just gets cooked. Even this time in Dusseldorf, I was like, all right, we'll stay there a week. I'll have a nice week. And it was awesome. I stayed in a really nice hotel. Even had a pool, and I didn't use it. I like booked a nice hotel, and I was like, oh, be really nice. It was really nice, but I just didn't. I wasn't relaxed. Like purely, like it could have been relaxed. Just brain. I edited some videos in the hotel room, yeah. Like, yeah, not a huge amount. But the plan was as well was to do editing on the Monday, and then one of the guys, Michael from Overtake, wanted to go to the Nordschleife, and he took me to a castle. I went on a date with him. It was awesome. Went around the Nordschleife in his Subaru. That was good fun. So that was meant to be a day of editing, but instead it was like a day of going around the Nordschleife. Hard life. No, I don't work hard. It's just if I'm just feeling relaxed or not. You know how it is. It's all made up. It's all fictional. It'd be nice if I was relaxed all the time. How to download News Pure? Go to Patreon. Well, I'm just transferring some files here so I can install this. Or we can uninstall the old version. Yeah, basically. Well, so this is the weird thing, right? I don't feel. So someone was like to me, "Oh, you work really hard." Someone said, "Oh, you work hard or whatever." And I was like, "Well, I do put a lot of time into stuff, but it doesn't feel like work, but it is tiring." So it's really weird. It's. I've always been like that with work. I don't know about you guys. Like when I worked at McDonald's, I didn't find that hard. Like I didn't mind actually cleaning. Doing IT stuff, I quite enjoyed. I didn't mind in building computers, and that didn't feel like work. There's weird stuff to me that feels like work, and it's completely random. Like I don't mind doing accounts and stuff either. Doesn't feel like work. But then but it can be really tiring. It's really weird. Show is pure. It's going to be a while. We're just chilling out, man. Used to hate doing monthly accounts. I have to get into the mindset for doing account stuff, and then I don't mind. Once I get into it. Well, so as it turns out, I probably am autistic. Not autistic, ADHD, whatever, I don't know. Like, you can't get started, but once you get started, you can't stop. And I'm like that with that. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. Walking, accounts. Yeah, everyone is now. Chill before the carnage. But yeah, Dusseldorf was really nice though, actually. Nice city, like a weird place in that there's like really bad, feels like bad areas, but then the vibe's like pretty chill. I've noticed that Germans tend to be very grumpy after they get past 30 years old or 35 or so, but Germans that are sort of under 30 are really chilled out and friendly. Yeah, Dusseldorf has quite a nice chilled out vibe to it. Kind of a bit of like if you mixed Berlin with Cologne. Whereas Cologne has its own, doesn't feel like Berlin at all. Cologne feels like more sort of Maastricht, sort of relaxed. Yeah, Dusseldorf's like Cologne mixed with Berlin. Chill before the carnage. Germany's crazy, but I got the Deutsche Bahn ticket, which is cool. It's €50, and then you can use any train you want, like that's Deutsche Bahn. That is not like the ICE or what, you know. Yeah, that was awesome, CKTL. Yeah, I always like visiting Nordschleife. I probably annoyed Mikael because he's driving around in his car, and I'm like, oh, look at the clouds. It was really beautiful, actually. Like the weather was. I did a stupid video on Instagram, but it was like the clouds were like perfect glider clouds. You know, like individual white clouds where you'd have thermals, and then it was the afternoon, so it looked incredible. And also, he got to do 2 laps with no yellow flags, no slowdowns. There was one idiot driver. That was it. So I've never had a passenger lap around the Nordschleife before where it wasn't absolutely ram-packed with people and didn't have yellow flags and things all the time. So it was really, really nice. Sim Grandpa. No, I don't think that's true. It's going to depend. There's lots of British people that have a sense of humour. A lot of Germans I know have an awesome sense of humour. Some don't, as we know. Some Some do not. Some are absolute arses. But that's the same with all people, isn't it? No, most Germans I've met are awesome. Have a really good sense of humour. Really friendly. One of the best tracks in the world. Yeah. It just looked really nice. The view around the Nordschleife, that Eifel region's so nice as well. No, we're just chatting. This is how we live stream. I was clearing up some space. Right, we've done that. We've transferred some files. So now we can go to our folder. We can install. Yeah, the live streams are just for chatting, really. Well, that'll be specific comedy though, Bright Candle, won't it? It's, you know. I mean, like, look at Saturday Night Live. That's not very funny, is it? And that's supposed to be like the best American humour, like mainstream humour. German, I think Germans have like quite a Monty Python. Like when something like logically doesn't flow, or like there'll be some like cultural specific things. Yeah, they should have the skyboxes. That's why I'm installing it, because that's all I really like. Clouds. That's all I care about, really. So we're going to try and install that. Just install. I'm going to remove the old one. I can find my Steam folder, which I've lost somehow. That's my flight. I've got my flight sim folder. Oh, here we go. Right. So, shouldn't be too bad to install. You just got it. Don't worry, you don't miss nothing. Okay. I think it's got an installer now. Oh, it's just extracting. Germans love. I think everyone likes slapstick though. Did you see KTL? Did you have the previous version? Also, if you selected you have to select LCS from shader patch as well as the render mode. Oh, it'll be interesting to see how it is. German George. German George. What a legend. I don't know. That was really random. What was weird with German George is he came up to me. He was live streaming whilst I was doing the tour video, and he's like, "Oh, hello, you do what?" He was really like social. And really like, you know, because he was doing live streamer mode. And then I saw him later on, I'm like, German George! And he's like, oh. He was probably just tired. I get the feeling. When you're doing videos and live streaming and you're being a bit extra. Because on a video, it doesn't... If you're completely normal on a video, like not a bit extra, the video like ends up being really slow and it comes across like you're depressed. So you have to be a bit extra, but then that's quite tiring. Also, you're focused on loads of different things when you're doing a video, so. Captain Flamebot, I'm installing it myself at the moment. Yeah, it's like Gran Turismo music. Ah! Hello! And welcome to Gran Turismo. It's like that was German English, I don't know what accent that was. Right, pure gamma plus LCS, right. Uninstall, here we go. So I just drag, let's first uninstall the previous version. don't even know where it is. Oh no. I know I don't even need to drag it in. Well, let's break everything. Oh, specify your AC folder. Okay. We got this, guys. It's another level on another level. Which level? Level 5. I prefer level 12 with Bubble Bobble myself. Where's Ace? It's Steam apps. C. Program files x86. Is x86? Is that 64-bit? What's the other one? Does x86 mean 64-bit? I always get confused by that. It's 32-bit. So why is Steam installed in a 32-bit folder? What a 64-bit processor called? Why is it called X? Yeah, why is it called x86? Why were those processors called x86? That's because you would have thought it'd be called x32, right? By that logic, that's why it always confused me. I guess Steam's not 64-bit. Did you go back to the booth with the Asian lad? Yeah, PXN. I've bumped into her before. She's like my biggest fan. She's really nice. She's really friendly. 8086, yeah, but why is it called 8086? Is that how many was that the maximum bit length or something? 8086 bits. Yeah. That's weird, isn't it? I like nerdy stuff like that. Why was it named? Go on, guys. Give me the facts.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, thanks for following. It's gonna be well slow to install because I'm. I keep reading chat and then I forget where I am. Here we go. Just get this Steam. We need to know. I need to know. Oh, dear. There is an uninstall back, yeah. I'm just. There we go. I found the folder. Right, I'm doing the uninstall. Are you sure? Yes. I think the installer actually gives you this option as well. Right, uninstall complete. So now we'll do the install. Oh, there isn't an install bat. There's just an uninstall bat. But we just, I think we just drag the file across. Right. Well, no. So the Risleys, there isn't actually that much difference between the new Moza FFB and the old one. I actually tested it side by side. I think people just had the wheels set up wrong. I know the update did do some changes, but people have been placeboed really hard, or they didn't have correct settings. And I know this for sure because I mean I use a Moza R12 for like 500 hours, and I did the update, tried it side by side, and oh thank you, Chris Tat.
2 hours to go on your super tour bid.
Thank you very much, Chris Tat, for the sub. Appreciate that. I also installed the new drivers on another R12 at a separate place to mine, and again tested it side by side and had them test it as well, and they were like, yeah, it doesn't really seem like there's anything different. So yeah, the Moser force feedback thing, I'm not sure what people are on, other than they must have had their wheel settings incorrect or not very well set up beforehand. It's very weird. But hey, right. Right, do we just drag it into the AC root folder? False feedback. Hello, Character Debate. Hello, Dom. Okay, I'll just drag it in. Right. Yeah, the main thing with the Moser wheels is to just turn down the high frequency vibrations, which a lot of people mistake for like cogging and motor noise and stuff. So, ironically, with a lot of DD wheels, there is no bat file in my install at the moment. Downloaded pure 2.0 high res 1. LCS. Yeah, it's the latest version. It has an uninstall bat, but it doesn't have an install bat. It doesn't matter. Yeah, so I mean, we're not turning this into a force feedback debate, but so the differences between CSL, I've got one behind me there, and there's also another one there, and an OSW there, and then the Moser R12. The differences are negligible compared to the differences between the different simulators, force feedback, and so yeah. Sarah M, how's it going? Does the Simucube 2 really have the best of the force feedback? So the thing is, this is nitpicking on like such a small percentage of differences. If the nitpicking on the force feedback is the force feedback quality is less of an important thing than the quick release and the wheel rim support. But on the nitpicky level of stuff, the Simucube, the Acertec, and I think some of the Simagic wheels are like very, 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 very similar. So they're very, very similar, and then so it'll just come down to the software and the wheel rims you like. But they're all fine. They're all fine. Like so much better than stuff we had years ago. And like even the Moser R12 is fine. The Moser R21, they're all fine. The problem is the software, the individual sims, the sims physics. You keep thinking that AC is more realistic than iRacing. Yeah. AC is more realistic than driving your real car. Hello, Spitfire. Honestly, right. The disconnect in sim racing to real life drivers. I wish like Formula 1 drivers could just talk publicly and be like, yeah. Or people that work in the industry could just outright say, guys, yeah, look, this is shit. This isn't shit. They can't talk like that. So the sim racing space is bizarre. Like the fanboys for each sim, because they're fans of that sim, so they want to support its religion, but then the overall narratives in the sim racing space are really weird. Steve Worrell. Steve, you need to watch the you need to watch the video, the tour video. I just did a sim racing only one, right? And you could just see you stood. You could just see you stood. I'm at the Moser booth, so you could just see you stood staring at me. It looks so funny. I didn't notice it the first time I was editing it, and when I was just doing a new edit of the sim racing version. the way you're just stood there is so funny because you're trying to get my attention, I think. It's so stupid. Oh dear. I thought it was really funny. What's this question? GUI. Hang on, we're just installing stuff here. What's the hang on, let me just get more chat room on my screen because stuff scrolls off here too quick. What did you say? Did I try the new? Hang on. No, but I did have a really good chat with people from Thrustmaster, which was awesome actually. The German Thrustmaster people, they were really cool. That was awesome. Really nice guys actually. Did I get a German wife? No. We did meet some very nice German women, but we didn't find any wives. I was trying to chat with one girl on the train. She had a partner, so that was terrible. I mean, yeah, what can you do? GUI gamer. Right. Sim that you can't counter steer, you can't compare to real life. Right, okay. I'm trying to catch up here with messages. Coxie, I'll say it. Right, does this have to have this conversation every single day? the R Sims realistic conversation. It's like a mantra. R Sims realistic. Sim racing feels nothing like real cars. Full stop. You've driven Clios, Radicals, GT3s. Yeah, well, they're not going to feel the same, are they? Because you've took G-forces out of the equation. So, yeah, no, I agree. Sims are always going to feel fundamentally abstract from real driving. So it's not going to feel the same. But that doesn't mean that a sim could still be more or less close. Or it doesn't mean that that you can convey what you would feel for your body abstractly through a wheel. So, yeah, this actually what the point you're saying, and this is one of the reasons why real drivers can actually be really bad for giving feedback to sim developers and stuff for force feedback and pedal settings and things, because a real driver that doesn't do much sim racing will be like, well, it doesn't feel like real life at all, so I don't really care. And they won't necessarily understand game design or abstraction, or, you know, they won't necessarily, they conceptually don't understand. It's like everyone's seen with their eyes a river, right? You've been walking and there's a nice view of a river. You've all seen that, right? Now, there's a difference between someone that can see a river and someone that can actually draw a river and capture the essence of the experience of looking at that river in like nice morning light, right? So you could have someone that could go, oh, well, I've been to this location, I've been to the Alps and I looked at the view and it looked amazing, and then but you've got someone that can paint what it actually feels like to look from a mountainside. They might capture details that you otherwise wouldn't notice. They might focus on some foreground details. They might have like someone in the corner, a climber that looks really tired, or a skier, or some like aspect, some human aspect to the image that conveys the nature of being at a higher altitude, so there's lower oxygen, or just lots of little subtle things that someone that's been there might not understand that those things are important for conveying the information to someone that's not actually done it. So, not just one dead body, but piles of shit, oxygen tanks. So anyway, yeah, so there's a whole bunch of things going on. But categorically, with iRacing, tyres don't drive like tyres at the limit. A bit of downforce helps it, you know, but you can't do combined slip, and the cars don't respond to counter steer properly, which is a basic fundamental of driving. So, you know, so that's the thing. But yeah, this is why sim racers will debate this indefinitely, because it's fundamentally abstract and it's complicated, and different people have different skill levels, different people latch onto different things. I've even noticed when I've been in real cars, I've latched onto different things that I felt were relevant. Like the first time you go in a fast car, the G-forces, you're like, Jesus Christ. But then after like 30 minutes, you're like, oh, actually, it's not that bad. It's just like the first time you ride a mountain bike, you'll be like, oh my God, I'm going to die. But then actually, or do any activity, skiing, you get used to it pretty quickly, and then you focus on different stuff like the engine noise, or are the brakes working well, or track lines and things. So modern cars feel fundamentally abstract than real driving. I don't know what you mean. I mean, all cars feel a bit weird. Thanks, Marty. A great analogy. Yeah, right. Swolio still likes iRacing. Okay, because I've been said to. I like Swolio. Go and check out his channel. He does like driver training and coaching and stuff. He's done really well. He's adamant that iRacing is fantastic, right? And I don't think, maybe it's a little bit biased because maybe that's what he grew up on and he did esports in it and he's good at it and stuff. But I don't know how Swolio, there's no way he can now have driven the Radical in real life as much as he has and still come back to iRacing and be like, yeah, no, that makes sense. And one of the big problems you'll notice with a lot of people that go into radicals actually in real life, when you see people going into them from other cars, you really can actually overdrive a radical quite a lot to go quickly, and a lot of people massively underdrive them. This is what driver coaches that train people to drive radicals have told me. So yeah, it's interesting to see, and so I don't know how Swolio could now go back to iRacing and be like, oh yeah. He's going to have to admit that I was totally right. Go and follow him. But to be honest, from a training perspective, iRacing's great. Like, it'll teach you how to brake smooth, teach you how to drive smooth, and then if you've got the skills to balance a car, well, you can do that in real life, can't you? So the punishing aspect of iRacing actually makes it a good training tool. Kirith, this is pure or real life. I don't know what's going on. Cox, you're a track instructor. If you had $1 for every customer who turned up and said I'm a sim racer. Yeah, but also, how many of those people are actually good sim racers? So this is another thing. So like, I consider myself to be pretty shit at racing, at driving sim racing, but I still managed to get to 5k I rating. I understand our car. I can drift a little bit, but I'm shit. Like, on the grand scheme of things. So there'll be a lot of sim racers that are way worse than me that will be like, oh, I'm pretty good at driving. If you don't crash in iRace, well, I think you'll crash in different ways, Bright Candle. That's the thing. I think there are... Hang on, I'm just doing the AC side of stuff here. It's weird with driving, Coxie. It's really strange to me that how few people seem to be really good at driving is bizarre, because I think... Oh, thank you. Boomep. Really appreciate that. 31 months, Jesus. Driving is not as hard as ice skating or skiing, generally speaking. So it's really strange to me. Anytime I've done been around real drivers, professional drivers, or just very skilled drivers, or average drivers, or go-karting, or whatever, it's interesting that there's a massive divide between people that get driving, like they can counter steer properly, they can drive quickly, they apex properly and everything. Those people, and that's a really small percentage, and then 99% of people are completely and utterly terrible. And it's such a weird cut off, which is strange because driving fundamentally is nowhere near as hard as, say, like skiing, rollerblading, ice skating, mountain biking, skateboarding. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what causes it. It's because driving is actually very accessible. So it means people that are quite shit at it can get reasonably far, think they're really good. Whereas when you do skateboarding, mountain biking, skiing, the initial learning curve is really hard. So it basically filters out people that aren't actually pretty good at sports and have a good aptitude to stuff. So that's probably what's going on there. Yeah, Bright Candle, but but what I'm saying is there's definitely a difference I've noticed with motorsport and go-karting and stuff. Better at mountain biking. Mountain biking is terrifying. Yeah, but Kirith, if you're not in a... Most cars, they brake rip pretty well. If you're not in you're not absolutely on the limit, and 100 miles per hour on a full-size racetrack, it feels like you're walking. So, I mean, to me, go-karting is more terrifying than any full-size track. Like, even the Nordschleife in a road car feels relatively tame. So like, there's like such on road tyres as well, there's such a margin until the thing is with driving is it's really, really tame, really accommodating until that one time that someone clips the grass in a weird way, or the brakes don't work properly, or it's like fine until it isn't. It's like planes. Like a plane is actually really, really easy to fly, but then when it isn't, you die. Oh yeah, you can chip in if you want. We're getting set up here. We're just chatting, guys. We're chilling out. Do you find it? So for me, mountain biking is really scary. Anytime I've been in any car, it's felt pretty like you've got a roll cage around you and stuff. So, I think what's terrifying for me. I mean, I'm weird with fear for stuff. Like I have some I've got a mental condition. Like I'm either 100% worried about something or not worried at all, and I realise that's not normal. So maybe for other people it's, I don't know. But mountain biking to me is terrifying. But cars and tracks don't. This is a test drive. I got this last year's Gamescom. Yeah, my fear. Well, everybody. My fear for driving is just the cost of it all. It's just ridiculous. Right, so I've got this installed. What we need to do is let's get the LCS video up, so I'll make sure I select the right options. Dry to Sky. I think a lot of people can't drive because they don't know how to read. Right, my suspicion, and this is what driver coaches have told me over the last 15 or so years that I've been unfortunate enough to be around motorsport things. A huge number of people that drive cars and do race cars and do go-karting, they don't have feel. So they don't know how to interpret the G-forces, and I think this happens with sim racing with force feedback as well, which is not helped by the fact that force feedback's crap. So tons of people don't realise that you basically push a brake pedal in a car as hard as you can, and when the car starts to go, you can feel, when the tyres no longer have grip, there's a warning, like you can feel the G-forces change. When you're turning, you can feel the grip, like that's how you know. It's like when you're skiing, you can feel how much load you're putting on your feet. So the thing is, you can drive a car with no feel at all and still feel like you're driving really well. So it tricks people or people learn to drive without any feel. So I think that's a big problem, is people not understanding what a tyre feels like at the limit, and so they don't know what they're trying to do. They don't know what the objective is. And that in sim racing, they don't know what force feedback feels like, so they don't know what the objective is for driving faster. Oh well. We need G-force simulation. I think you can do a lot of it with wheel force feedback, Kirith. Just by varying the load of the force feedback in the wheel, you can get quite a lot. XX Raceboy. In my experience, most people have no concept of what their car is capable of doing, either wildly or overestimating the ability. It's really easy to go over the limit. Well, it's not that easy to go over the limit on road tyre. I mean, it depends on the conditions, doesn't it? Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. It depends on the tyre, the road. So people need to go, rather than doing track stuff, people need to go to a centrifugal circuit, and they need to drive, and then they need to see, how hard can I push the brake before it locks up, and what happens when it locks up, and what does that feel like? How, when I'm turning around, at what point is the back step out? How hard can I turn the wheel? What does that feel like? So they need to learn all the fail conditions and the range of feelings before those fail conditions, or what's optimal and what isn't. But I'm just let's get these settings right. Yeah, for race driving, Raceboy, but I think in real life on roads, people should never be driving at the limit. So if the conditions get bad, you should always be driving so slow that your car would never go over the limit. Obviously, if there's black ice or like weird shit on the road, sometimes it will slip a bit, but at very low speeds. But you know. What do I think of the price of the Corsair rig? Counter debate. Focus on today's task. I can't focus. I think that Corsair rig is an interesting one. I think it makes sense what they've done, to be honest. If you're a mental sim racer and you're hardcore into sim racing, you get the T-slot sim rig. That's what I would always get a T-slot sim rig, because I like to add stuff to it. You can adjust it. If you want something that's really solid, you can hide the cables in, and you don't mind getting something that's a little bit bigger, maybe easier to get in and out of. Maybe it's for trade shows, because it was that Corsair rig is actually quite easy to get in and out of for different size people. So for that, they're not the most price sensitive market of person. Also, some people would argue that rig looks nicer than a T-slot sim rig. Subjectively, you could argue that. So I don't think it really matters if it's want something. I didn't watch it, Kirith. No, didn't watch the Formula 1. Once something passes like £600, £500, and it's something like sim racing equipment, people aren't buying out of price. So it doesn't really matter what it costs. People are buying it because they're like, oh, I like the look of that. Do you know what I mean? It's not really so I don't think it really matters. As long as you've got cheap T-slot sim rigs, I don't really care. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't. As I say, I'm sort of a bit ambivalent towards it. I don't mind how it looks. It was nice and solid. It does have some nice design features to it. So it's just like a night. I think it makes sense. The where Corsair have gone with it, it makes sense for Corsair for what they do. I think Corsair could have done. They've got room to do a cheaper rig, I think, or smaller rig, and I think that's weird that they didn't do that. But outside of that, what they've done is perfectly fine. Also, you could put branding on it quite easily. But yeah, it's another sim rig. Like, you know, I'm all about the T-slot personally. Yeah, Home Depot. I'm Sean Carl. Right, I'm just getting the settings here. Welcome to Home Depot. The Ubuntu Revolution. Sean Cole's a legend. The Ubuntu Revolution. I'm Sean Cole, and this is the Sim Pit. T-slot doesn't look as good in the living room. Well, why would you put a sim rig in the living room? These are all for people that are rich, aren't they? That have big enough houses. Well, it'll be interesting to see, Kirith, if Corsair do get Fanatec at the end of the day. Be interested to see what happens. And yeah, you got Corsair, RAM, mice, everything. So with the Fanatec thing, I just want the people that I know that work at Fanatec to have job stability, because there's some really nice people that work at Fanatec. Right, I'm gonna make sure this is all set up correctly. Hang on, what? Settings, Assetto Corsa, apps. We don't have apps. Oh, here we go. We do. Right. You have no choice to put your rig in the living room. Ah, well. Do you have a wife? Crunks, I went all out with SimLab plus Sparko Ergo seat. Everyone above 100 to 110 kilograms is disqualified by default. Hang on. I can't find the pure app in Shader Patch. Know what's going on. Do you know what? I really don't recommend installing stuff whilst chatting with people. I don't have Soul Planner anymore. I think this has changed since this installer. No battle! Game Tech UK. No battle! Game Tech, did you see it? Gamescom. There was a company called End of Game Tech. End of Game Tech. I said to them, I was like, "Oh, do you guys know Game Tech UK?" And they're like, "No." And I went, "Oh wow, you obviously don't like him." They were like, "What?" They were like, "What is he talking about?" They're like, "What is this guy on about?" This poor company called End of Game Tech. Hang on, let me link it to you. Oh yeah, hang on. End of Game Tech. Guys, please hold whilst we get distracted yet again. This is the world's slowest install. Gamescom tour. I'm surprised I didn't bump into you. But I was the whole of Gamescom, right? My brain was like cooked. Like, I think walking around and being in Germany, I think it's just too much shit for my like brain to deal with it. And that I really just feel like I was in a daze. It's just too bad. It's all like talking to so many different people as well that I don't think I can like actually process it. There's It definitely does something. Takes me like a week of walking in fields to reset. I'm just trying to find this. I don't know how people work on the booth. There was a guy, this black dude was working on some like RPG booth, and he was there all week, right? And he was like, he's in the tour video. He was like so hype and like doing like moves and smiling. Like, I want whatever. I wish I had that personality. He was like, you know, imagine Jardier times 10. It was mental. But yeah, there's some people on the booth, but like, I mean, Aris was like hyped all week as well, which is pretty crazy. I don't know how they keep it up. Also, because imagine all the like same question you get asked over and over and over again on a booth. The set, like, you know, exactly. It just. Where is End of Game Tech? I'm trying to find it. This could be an issue. Oh, here we go. I found it. Hang on, it's Niff. Hang on. Yeah, guys, if you just. It's very hard to scroll through a 7-hour video. Oh. Almost there. Right. Let's let this play through and I'll share the. The plastic horse. Oh, that girl with the bow was really shy, and then the other girl that was on the booth was like super like not shy. What's the opposite? Like extroverted. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Oh God, right. Here we go. You might have to scroll through this to End of Game Tech. Oh, here we go. Share timestamp. Right. I'll put it in the chat here. Guys, check out Game Tech UK if you haven't. He does games. He does a lot of truck sim stuff. There you go. That was good. You bloody distracted us there. The one with all the rings in the got. Oh, what, the anime girl? She was really nice and friendly. She was awesome. Like, because the thing is, I don't assume that people want to necessarily be on camera. Because, like, personally, I hate being on camera. I used to hate being on camera. I don't really care now. But so I understand people. Also, it's a bit weird, isn't it? If someone just sticks a camera in your face. She was awesome though. Like, she was really like chilled out and like chatty and friendly. Also not English, so it surprised me how like relaxed people are, like how friendly they were. I expect them to just punch me or something. But I try to avoid people. If someone looks like they're more introverted, I try to avoid them. I tried the best. Well, I'm not going to chat up girls at a trade show because they're working. They're doing a job. It's not, you know, and imagine how many like sweaty nerds are going to be like trying to chat them up. You know, it's not really the right place, I don't think. I mean, if they came up to me, but I'm not going to go up to them and be, you know. Yeah, they're being professionally nice. I think a lot of guys mistake that. It's like the shop girl thing, isn't it? People have to be nice as their job. Doesn't mean they actually like you. So, you know, that's not a reason to then be a creepy. Right, why... This game of muscle, bam. Why is... So in Seoul, I can't see the Planet app. Have they got rid of that? Game of muscle talking to Polish, Spanish, South Koreans, Irish, English. You Chinese? You German? I just assume that people are either German That's it. They're either German or Chinese. That's it. That's the only. No, I'm in Germany, and they're speaking with a German accent, so I'll assume that they're probably German. But then the thing is, I'll be like, oh, thanks for subscribing. Like, do they speak English? You know? Yeah, you're in Cologne. What was someone was complaining about? I was reading a comment on Reddit about Gamescom, and someone was complaining that Gamescom was too German. It's like, hang on. You do realise that Gamescom is in Germany? Yeah, oh, thank you. The McCall 9 months. Really appreciate that. Thanks for supporting us, guys. Thanks for the sub as well. The Happy Racing followed us. Thank you. You don't even get the English people right. I know. That's really weird. Thanks for subscribing, Mike. That's a really weird thing when you're in Germany. You're around Germans speaking German, obviously. And then English people. A lot of English people don't have particularly English accents. And there was that one girl that worked on that horror game booth, and she had like a Northern Midlands accent, maybe. But she she sounded so British. Like, so British. Like, what I think French or like Europe, non-English speakers think British people sound like. Even to me, it was like, oh, that's a really strong British accent. It was really weird. It's quite nice actually though. I don't have that accent. I have a weird distorted accent, but like a proper British accent, I can see the appeal actually. But hardly anyone talks like that. You know, that the British accent. It's not really that common. Farm Sim Bright Candle. That's why they're still going. Right, we're getting this install done. This is like the slowest installation ever. Right, we don't have the Soul Planet app, but let's just assume that it's there. I don't know why in the apps, app windows, Python apps. Yeah, we did Novotny, yeah, but it unfortunately made me feel unwell, so I'm not sure if I can eat kebabs. They were very nice. Yeah, we're gonna do some racing with subs. Yeah, this is pure. Oh yeah, so it won't have the Soul Planet, exactly right. There we go. Right, video settings. And it's at Corsa. Faces per frame 1 to 6. Reflection resolution, that's all fine. I think we're just the thing is it's the LCS setting, so let's get that done. No, it's only active when I'm on it for some reason. People need to be like pushed into it. Can't debate. Cockney Germans. Keller Gabowski, what's a German act? Well, so this is what's weird with German speaking English. It's really common for them to have like an American English accent because they watch a lot of American TV as kids, and that's how they learn English. And so they're English. Well, they learn English in schools, but the English they hear is mostly American English. So you end up with this really sort of a mixture between that German English accent and then American, sort of not New York, but like a TV film American accent. It's a very, like, if you ever hang around kids that went to like international schools or had military parents, that accent's really common. Yeah, you come across that a lot if you ever did like exchanges as a kid. You come across people with that accent. A bit like how Andrew Tate's accent. Andrew Tate's accent is actually quite a common American English accent. Weirdly. So it's kind of London mixed with the sort of American twang to it, mixed with the German. Right, you learn with Little Britain. Oh, don't like that. Right, they're 2 pure variants. Download links, okay. Oh, there is no installer anymore. The high-res Sky Domes have no influence. Okay. Yeah, he just says watch the installer video, so that's what I was watching. Yeah, you just drag the files across. There is no installer anymore. Drag the files across. We've done that. Setting it up. Okay. That was... Right, settings. Custom shader patch. Bob Windy, the generic American accent is quite common for non-native English speakers. You met a Finnish girl until she told me thought she was American. Yeah, no, that's why I've... Yeah, it's caught me out a few times. Here we go. So we've got to select in settings, custom shader patch. The end of game tech. End of game tech. I thought as well funny game tech. Also, the pinball machine's there. We could have had a pinball battle. What's the Moser bit? I know I'm not that interested in it, to be honest. 'Cause I think it's sort of out of the price range for people. I mean, I guess I could review it and do affiliate links. I'm not very good at business. Amigo OG, thanks for resubscribing for 2 months. Really appreciate that. I'm excited by the brake pedal, the Moser brake pedal, and the force feedback joystick, to be honest. Oh, and the Moser HOTAS is really good. It feels really good. So we've got the Thrustmaster one here. But yeah, I tend to like to cover stuff on the channel that I think people will buy, but I could make money. I don't think it's bad. I just don't see the yeah. Maybe I should think more about making money rather than what I happen to be interested in. No, I don't. They were really nice actually. Those pen people. Yeah, I don't do enough drawing for it to be worthwhile. Pure LC. Okay, so we need to go to. Stop distracting me, guys. This is like we've been. How long did it take you to install the new Pure? Oh, it took like 3 hours. I wouldn't recommend it. Right, settings. What has it selected? General patch set. What? It didn't even show what he actually selected in this video. Oh, grass effects. Oh, weather effects. Okay. All right. The Moser brake. Yeah, hopefully there'll be some other stuff at Sim Racing Expo. I think this year's Sim Racing Expo could have quite a few things that are new. So this year's Sim Racing Expo looks like it could be really interesting for people that want to see new stuff. The Moser brake's very interesting. It's going to depend on how it works, how they set it up, the software support. Moser are really strange as a company. So like they're really good on the engineering side. The software side's not bad actually, but their background is obviously doing gimbals and camera sliders and things. The difficulty is there's a bit of a cultural gap with Moser and general sim racers. That's a bit weird. It's very common, like when you've got like Chinese companies that are then operating in a Western space as well as the Asian space. The Chinese approach of like do loads of shit and to see what actually sticks ends up confusing Western sensibilities of products in many ways. Like what the Western sensibility would be, oh, we're prepared to look at one product every year and we will evaluate if it's acceptable. So there's a very big cultural difference. The end result ends up being quite similar, actually. But I think with Moser they could be way more clear with how they. It don't really matter. You could approach things in different ways, but it's going to be interesting to see how things develop with that. Kirith, have I seen Cadwell Park? Oh, by the way, guys, check out Kirith, Mr. Hyperbole. Give the filthy Gran Turismo fan a sub, and Game Tech. I've not tried it, but I imagine Cadwell Park will be terrible in iRacing until they fix the tyre model. Counter debate. Yeah, flood the market with loads of products, and then whatever product works out, works out. Moses they had a batch of R12s that were a bit dodgy, I think, but for the most part, their wheels and stuff are really good. It's the best track in history. I've never been to it in real life. It is a mental track. Right. Stop distracting me. We're installing. Right, we selected it. This is not going to work, is it? Pure LCS. Right. What's this? We have to get the right. Turn headlights on and off automatically. Okay, we've already got that. All these settings should be saved from last time. Oh, this should just work. Right, let's see what happens. Let's watch this break. We'll do a Nordschleifer test in single player first, I think. CKTL, there's no question about ADHD. no need to worry. Well, live streaming is kind of like ADHD simulator. You guys should try it. Try live streaming. Reading a chat, trying to do 3 things at once, and then jumping between them. It is. Yeah. Oh, Game Tech, are you still there? If you are, you were talking about microphones. I saw one of your videos, and you were saying that your microphone wasn't working or something. I noticed you've got a DJI Pocket 2, right? I don't think you're using a Pocket 3. You should get the DJI Pocket mic, the DJI Mic 2. It's 32-bit. It doesn't clip. It's incredible. They're quite expensive. Have you got a Pocket 3? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you were filming with a DJI Pocket. If you've got the Pocket 3, you can get you can get 2 of them, and then that's what I've been using, and the mic's amazing. I've used it at 2 trade shows now. Yeah, but the Pocket mic's amazing because it instantly connects to the DJI Pocket camera. It doesn't clip. You can have 2 of them. The camera itself also records a separate audio channel. If the DJI Pocket mic goes off, it will go to the camera automatically. And if you've got 2 of them, honestly, I used to have like mic issues all the time. And the DJI Pocket mic, you just put it on like your lapel, and it turns on, works, connects instantly with the camera. It's honestly incredible. I thought you were using a DJI Pocket to film. This is like Canon might be making one of these soon. Look, we got distracted again, guys. Hang on a minute. This camera, guys, is incredible. I've been using it for like a year now. Oh, you're just using a phone. Oh, I thought it looked like. Have you got your phone on a gimbal? Oh, well, honestly, this is incredible. If you buy this using my affiliate link, I think that's the one. The Osmo Pocket 3, and they do a kit which comes with the microphone for like £600, but it's insane. It's so good for a filming device. That makes sense now. But yeah, I know you don't normally do it. Right, let's pick a car. It's worth it. It's honestly, it's the best camera I've ever bought. So good, works so good. The microphone works so good. It's amazing, and the quality is fantastic. The focus is so good, like it focuses on the right thing. The mic works with it perfectly. What car should we do with this quick test here? Let's just put the MX-5 on, why not? See if this works. You can buy so it's £600 for the influencer kit version, creator version, that comes with an extra battery, which is really worth having. Not the battery that comes with it is pretty good, but the extra battery is nice, and because you can charge the extra battery whilst you're using the camera and then plug it in, or charge the camera, vice versa. Comes with a microphone, which is a 32-bit mic, so it doesn't clip. Amazing. And a holder and some other stuff. So it's well worth getting that. It's much better value for money. But the mic is worth like 150 on its own. So yeah, Canon might be doing a new gimbal camera. They just updated their patents. And I think that handheld gimbal video camera that fits in your pocket, that basically makes sense. Here we go. That makes sense as like, people want to use their phone as a photo camera, and it's the thing you've always got. But if you're someone that wants to do actual video, what's blurry? If you want to do an actual video, a handheld gimbal camera, you can do really nice shots and tracking and automatic face tracking. You can double push the button so the camera rotates and you can see on the screen, and it's filming your face. You can hold it, put it on a monopod that has legs on it, and then you can do like tripod stuff, and you can have it auto track you. Oh, it's incredible. Right, I don't think people are here for this conversation. But I don't think anyone's watching this live stream for pocket camera conversation. Right. Click the like button, guys. Bottom tracking, yeah. You can do that kind of debate. Actually, it might struggle. You'd have to draw a face on your wife's bottom. Oh, hello. Okay, this looks a bit washed out. Maybe we need some other PPs. Oh, this is weird. Last time I was on this track was in real life. As a passenger, though. Okay, the colours are a bit washed out. This linear colour space, this is washed out colour space. Probably need to do a different PP setting. What? Need to learn how to drive as well. The only game I played at Gamescom that was exciting to me was the new snowboarding Descenders game. That looks awesome. That was it. Most of the games at Gamescom were rubbish. No, there wasn't. That Chernobyl VR game looked quite interesting. I didn't want to try VR stuff. I was trying really hard to not get sick. So I was wearing like a face mask on all the planes and trains. And then actually I didn't get sick, which is amazing. I was pretty convinced I was going to get sick. Oh, there we go. Oh, so it looks a bit more like HDR. No Ace, no. But Then what? Yeah, it's that snowboard. The Descenders snowboarding game looked absolutely fantastic. Yeah, but I was being super careful, Bright Candle. As I say, on all the trains and public transport, I was wearing face mask. And staying away from anyone that was sneezing. And mostly outdoors. Okay, so this looks more contrasty. For what's FFP3? I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, we might need to tweak the shade. I mean, but this looks good. Like I said, I was last week we went round the real Nordschleife. Pretty similar conditions to this, actually. So I tell you what really stood out to me. In real life, oh yeah, FFP3 is what I normally use because there's no point in it has to be a ultra fine one. But in real life, what I noticed at sunset, it really does actually disorientate a little bit, or like it makes it a little bit harder to like just the dynamics of light in real life. Like other times I've been around the Nordschleife, always as a passenger. One day we'll drive a car around it, but other times it's been like cloudy or like a bit plain. But you really notice it when there's like sun coming through. I filmed it on my phone. I should. Yeah, real life is just too dynamic. The McCoy. No, I saw that. I don't think that's. Yeah, I know what you mean. But. Oh. Yeah, it looks good. They've done a good job. We need to try some different times of day. I got offered weed whilst I was walking in Dusseldorf by the what's the river? The Rhine. Some like girl was like, "Smog." I was like, "What?" I thought she was going to rob me. Oh, hello. Oh dear, what's this? Uhtred underturn. 35. Why is it not red? Oh, you broke it. You broke it. You wrote too much. You confused it. Yeah, well, we can go on our server. I'll put our server up in a bit. Oh. No, she definitely wanted to sell me some weed, some wacky backy. Yeah, you broke it. Thank you very much for resubbing. Like, this hill in real life is mental as well. Like, it's literally a hill just full of trees. It is actually crazy how close a video game is to the general real thing. Disgusting. 37 months. Hang on, I can probably force it to play it. I'll try. Yeah, it is actually ridiculous how similar video games are to the real thing. And this is not the most recent track scan. It's bizarre. The thing is, like, you have to be in VR. Like, that's the thing. On a screen, the field of view is never right. Like, even when you've set it up exactly, it's not. You know what I mean? It's just not right. You have to be in VR. I think the way your brain interprets size and scale really depends on having peripheral view as well. Because the way that the brain works is it does everything through comparison. So like the way you understand colour and stuff, or height, everything's through comparison. So when you're playing a video game and you're on a monitor, the comparison's different because you're missing the side view. So I think that's, outside of 3D and everything else, I think that's one of the big things that VR, that peripheral view. If you play on like an ultra wide screen or like projector. Yeah, well, it's just two monitors, but they are projection mapped and distorted to cover your view. Novotny, what's new in this pure version? You get a free kebab. This pure kebab edition. Sim Racing Wales, hello. I'm alright, yeah. A little bit tired, but we're good. Yeah, so the thing I've noticed with this, the most noticeable thing, it looks like the new, with the, because I've not really used LCS, the way it feels is that the contrast is more pronounced. I mean, you could probably achieve something close to this with just filters, and that probably is the filter that we're using. So I might adjust the brightness settings, but the general contrast, the tone's slightly different. I know technically linear colour space, there's some other stuff going on, but oh dear. Geoder, thank you. Blessed be. 41 months. 41 months. "41 months. Disgusting. Can you imagine doing that for 41 months? The contrast is a bit off on this default though. Like the blacks are too dark. No, I'm using an OLED though, so. Well, we try some other PP. So that, what was this? Just the normal. I might have to do the. So that's pure. Do you have to select pure linear to get the linear? I mean, it's still going to be using linear color space. I do use my Quest 3, but not for driving sims. I mostly play golf on it. Well, this is these different settings are working. I tend to run the. We went up to the castle when we were at the Nordschleife last week, and you get really good views from. There's a path around this right-hand side of the castle, and you can see all the way down into the valley. I posted a screenshot. A photograph. A real world screenshot, otherwise known as a photograph. Can't believe I've just called a photograph a screenshot. For screenshot. What are you? I'm a screenshotographer. Would you like me to do some screenshots at your wedding? Oh, the castle itself was shut. It shuts at 6 PM at the moment. Or maybe it was 8 PM. No, it must have been 6 PM because it gets dark at 8 PM. I think it's kind of off season. Yeah. Oh, I think these the skyboxes are fine though, aren't they? To be honest. Race Room has new skyboxes in its update coming out soon. That'd be cool. So I think the thing with the LCS, the main thing is, well, supposedly this new version of Pure actually runs faster. That's one thing. But although I'm getting some frame rate drops, so I'm not sure what's causing that. The main thing with the LCS is that it's I don't know, maybe a little bit less vibrant or something, and then people equate that to being more realistic. Yeah, we've just been going through them. We were just trying. The HDR is a bit weird on this, so let's do. Now we've only got one face per frame. Pure config. Let's see. Hang on, what's this? Oh dear. Oh, okay. Right. You might be able to check it before then, actually. I've still been editing, we've been editing Gamescom footage. I'm trying to find the right setting here. Oh, here we go. See, I find if you have the contrast on the one here, it's too much contrast, but for my monitor at least. I don't know what it looks like for you guys, but on an OLED, maybe this has been configured on a non-OLED screen. I prefer for games myself to run lower contrast because I find it easier to actually see what's going on with the image. Is that enough contrast? Because the thing is, a human eye has because a human eye has an iris that opens and closes, it allows you to experience a very wide dynamic range of brightness and dark. Well, not really that wide, but it allows you to experience much brighter and much darker situations, but your eyeball adjusts it. The problem is with the game, it simulates that process of your iris opening and closing to let more and less light in. However, whenever you have that done in the game, it never works as good as a real eye. Burby, no, that's just your enjoyment of life seeping out of your body from watching the channel. It's nothing to do with the image. And anybody watching this now, the world just feels a little bit darker, a little bit grey, a little bit sad. But yeah, no, I prefer to have a slightly more washed out image. It's one of the reasons why I like how iRacing looks as well. So yeah, for you guys, that will probably look a bit washed out. But I could always correct it again in OBS and make it. I could always make it. More contrast from OBS. He's actually an energy vampire, and the greyness is normal. He feeds on all our life forces. I was actually thinking about this. Vampires, right? The whole myth of vampires is actually what it is. It's an allegory for older men sucking the youth away from younger women, and then the younger women are like the older guys sleep with the younger women or whatever, and then the woman gets pregnant or gets older, and then the guy dumps them and then gets with another younger woman. So I think that's the whole. I don't know if that was meant to be the really obvious allegory of vampires. It just occurred to me. I was like, that's what vampires are. Yeah, I'd never really thought of it like that. I always thought of it as it's blood sucking. But I think it is pretty sure that's the whole point of the lesson of vampires: is older men stealing the youth of younger women to taking advantage of them. Maybe that's just me reading too much into it. I haven't seen What We Do in the Shadows. Right, we go. Save this. Some weird dates. No, I was just thinking about it because you see older guys with younger women all the time, and then they obviously dump them for another new young woman. See, look, this looks suitably grey. This is like British vision. Can you show your front teeth on the camera? Eh? What do you mean? Oh, right, yeah, my vampire teeth. My canines. Right, let's try a server. Let's see if this is running. Right, so the Game of Muscle server should be up. So you guys can join it if you want. Yeah. It's going. Shelby Cobra at Filderberg. Perfect test. Fernando, you always thought vampires were people on a ketogenic diet, forever young, great skin, meat eaters. Now, I think vampires are supposed to look unhealthy, aren't they? The Reddit comments popping up. We get, yeah. The internet, guys, it's insane, isn't it? It's actually insane. Did I find a nice... no, there was one. But, yeah, there was one really nice girl at Gamescom. But I was bamboozled by her beauty. I was distracted. And I regret it. I should have... I should have gone back and gone, hello. She was working though. Didn't pack the duct tape. Just search for Game of Muscle. Yeah, DD Wheels are proper sexy. Woo! Woo! Oh, I can't drive. There's a guy in that garden. Oh, I did that on purpose. It definitely looks a lot more grey, the LCS. Like, we probably need to adjust the PP. Oh, yeah, look at the hill. That is cool. It feels like there's more like atmospheric fog going on. Yeah, maybe I need to turn the contrast back up a bit. Yeah. Yeah, because okay, we can make it more saturated. Bloody hell. What is it? It's a saturation rather than the contrast. PP, adjust your PP. Is that... Look, British mode, Germany. Nice one, Sim Racing Wales. Yeah, you might want to up the saturation a bit. Alright, tone mapping, Bright Candle, yeah. The problem is, most monitors don't do HDR well enough. And was it the girl that did Gen Brief? No, she was very nice. She actually looked like a flatmate I used to have. Yeah, so the problem with HDR is you need a screen that can actually do the brightness range, and most of them can't. Most OLEDs can't. Winter, how do you feel when you get recognised? I mean, I get recognised all the time, so, you know. Hardly anyone recognises me. So, you know. And it's just in sim racing, so... I'd rather not be famous, so... It is a bit weird. But it's nice. It's not. It's more that it's just nice if someone... You bump into, like, someone that's a fan. You know, it's nice. I forgot how to drive. I've forgotten all my driving skills. I didn't have many to start with. We do seem to be having some dips in frame rate though. I don't know if that's shader patch, pure, Nvidia. Yeah, that would have been a news story. Actually, I don't have my wheel set up correctly. Between A to Z, I'm probably like not even in the alphabet. We're not. I'm not a celebrity at all. I'm happy with that. The best scenario is that companies that you work with know you, but you don't. You know, you don't. Well, you wouldn't want to be out doing like normal day-to-day activities, and then people be like, "Oh, hello." Do you know what I mean? Dan Marshall, you should be banned from the server. After this race, we'll reset the server settings. I'll go to another session and then it will reset the ban list. It's probably due to ping. Hello, Sequimo Dana. This car's great. Why reset the ranking table? Is it bugged? Or do you just want a chance? Yeah. We need to adjust our modes of force feedback settings. We'll do this race though. Too far ahead. Right, gonna do a race here. Cheers, everyone. Winter, did I make it to E3? No, unfortunately not. I always wanted to go. I always wanted to go to E3. Damn, yeah, we might be able to try that. I'd have to install it. We're just setting up pure LCS here today. The small W. Yeah, I do it on purpose. Counter debate. The horse doesn't make sense. Other drivers have got more wins and more podiums. Yeah, because I've got more important results. Because I'm in it to win it all the time. I do it with more style. Basically, that's what that is. Here we go. Remind me to change my Moses settings once we... Hello, Tony. Jerome, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're having a nice afternoon. Jerome. This looks alright, to be honest. It seems to be working. I'm not sure why I'm getting some frame stutter. Do we actually have 32 people in here, or is it just messed up? I think the server's messed up because of... Yeah, this is messed up because of people that have been in the session earlier. You're running a laptop. You can't get past 30 FPS, 50 FPS. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Like... A laptop's probably not very powerful, so resolution's probably a big thing. Just turning everything down. So what I recommend doing if you are really trying to get as good graphics as possible and performance, basically put your game on the lowest, absolute lowest possible settings and see what frame rate you get on the lowest settings, and that at least gives you a framework to go, oh, well, on the absolute lowest possible settings, this is what frame rate I get, and then you can go from there where you want to compromise or what you want to change. That makes sense. That's what I do. Oh dear God. My force feedback settings are well messed up here. Pure's a lighting skyboxes. It's graphical add-on for AC.
The pace car is out of control.
Lord Science, thanks for following. Welcome. Yeah, there's quite a few guides out there, as Bright Candle says. That will go through all the settings. This is such an awesome track. Not sure where this is meant to be based. I mean Germany, but is it supposed to be in the Eifel region of Germany? Oh yeah, you can. There's a graph. So what you can do with Content Manager, you can put the graphics graph on the screen, and then you can see what's taking up more performance, which is really handy. It helps you if you've got like stutter or something. You can see what's maybe causing the stutter, because you'll get a little red mark by it. Why can't I drive? Oh dear. Just drove straight into the wall. Oh, what is wrong with me? I've forgotten how to drive, guys. It's all the different pedals I used at Gamescom. It's cooked my brain. To relearn my own pedals. That's really funny when you're at a trade show.
Evening UK
Oh,
West.
hello. I'm not gonna. I'm sorry. I can't, what is wrong with me? What? My brain doesn't work. Thanks for subscribing. Really appreciate the support there. Who was that? Scotty P, thank you. 19 months. Oh dear. Yeah, someone really needs to think of a way that lets you feel braking in a simulated car. Like you need a DD pressure pad that pushes on you when you push the brake. That would work. I know you've got those seatbelt things, but they don't really... They're not fast enough or strong enough. You need like a big pad. It needs to push you from the front. Like really hard. Like good, like 4 or 5 kilograms pushing on you as you brake. Yeah, what could go wrong? Another sim racer was found dead. I knew I forgot something. Finally, I've been exposed, Tarkus. Any what? No, I've used a lot of seatbelt rigs in the past, and they're just not. They just don't really. They're not fast enough, or they're not strong enough, and they don't vary. I mean, Mikhail Subaru had pretty good force feedback on the seatbelt. That was all right. He had good tyres and brakes on that car. Just road tyres, but they pretty good brake performance. I was surprised for a road car. Oh, I know people at D-Box, and I know a few motion rig companies, but they don't. I'm not against motion rigs for immersion. It's a lot of extra convoluted stuff, and they don't do that aspect of helping you drive more. They make it feel more realistic. They are really good, but as I say, it's also, again, it's more on that price. It's in that crazy price level of stuff where I don't know. I guess I could review it. People like it, but I tend to like to try and keep stuff on the channel that's not insane. That's why I've kept with the R12 on the sim rig. This looks fine though. That colour tone change there. So there's like some screen space lighting. So like, you know, so the screen's a bit more blue when you can see more blue sky. That seems a little bit more. I don't know. I think LCS is just a little bit more subtle in some ways. I don't think it's a huge difference, but supposedly it runs faster as well. So. I do use the triple screens. I just record from one screen because it allows me to get 120 hertz. Yeah, we're in the AC server. You see, I wasn't braking hard enough. Oh dear, we're getting there. We'll get there, guys. Yeah, get on the server. We're just going to change track in a minute. We've got one more lap of this. I'm getting back into. We're getting back into the sim rig here. I've not done sim racing on my own rig for ages. I would get one of these in real life. This car. I think this is one of the best cars ever made. nice. You have to just concentrate whilst driving this car. Is there a setting for black point brightness, like the darks in the PP settings? I think what I could do with doing is, so when the road's got light on it like this, it's really nice and clear and easy to see. But when the whole scene is under a cloud, the road gets quite dark. This is one of the problems with simulated HDR. In real life, if you look at a dark object, your eyes tend to adjust depending on what you're looking at. Whereas with a video game, it's doing it based off the entire screen and not necessarily what you're looking at. It's like an average. So what you can't. So probably work in VR better actually. Yeah, well, OLED's also much darker. Yeah, black is less power to the OLED. It's pretty funny when you do night races in iRacing, and it's like, oh, you might as well. I was doing it with triple screen with the giant OLEDs, and it's like, well, I might as well just have the two side screens turned off because then you can't see anything on them. If you had this car in real life, you would not be able to drive at the speed limit, would you? You'd be driving around the countryside. You'd go into the other lane. Like, first gear is already getting you up to 100. Oh, I can smell someone's having a barbecue. Why are they having a barbecue at 9 at night? That's not fair. I can smell like some barbecue beef. That's a weird thing in Germany. So many people were having barbecues in the city, in Dusseldorf. Smell barbecue all the time. Space, you saw that there was this scene brightness slider in Pure Tools in the update. Yeah, so if you use this Pure config, where's my mouse gone? You can adjust in the PP. You can get your PP out. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's better. Tone mapping. Well, there you go. That looked nice. Ah. Oh. Let's have some nice brightness from the tone mapping. Bit more contrasty. That's a bit more vibrant. Yeah, you can adjust. Oh, so that's a pure script. It's a linear. Oh, that's a bit better. It's funny, that looks more kind of like Gran Turismo-y. To be fair, I think Gran Turismo always did a good job on its tone and... Yeah, it's a bit more vibrant. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, the problem with GT is more the handling and the fact that it's on console, it's a bit delayed, but... Yeah, GT's alright. Mikael from Overtake GG was saying that GT's quite nice on the Fanatec DD+, so I need to try that out. Did it go back to Blue Air Dole and buy... no. How old do you think she was? Because I couldn't really tell. I was like, oh, maybe she's like 22, 21. But also, I was thinking, how can you, like, if you were 20, let's say you're 22, and you have 17 plastic statues. I'll be honest, when I was 20, I had 2 Guilty Gear X. I had a Neo Matrix character for a McFarlane Neo, like doing a flip in the lobby. Oh, I had a soldier as a generic soldier, and I had a Guilty Gear X, the Guilty Gear character that's got a hat and a guitar. So 3. So I guess that wasn't too bad. But how, like 17 of the same character? Make a film about them. I quite liked her. She seemed quite like she seemed like a person that'd be funny to just. She's an enthusiast. No, she seemed like easygoing, like a fun person to talk to. Some people are like that. They're just nice to talk to. You know what I mean? No battle. No battle. It seems Damn Gam seems to be all right, yeah. We'll create another. We'll go to another track in a minute. I'm just relearning how to drive my own sim rig. Was it? I'd forgotten how to sim race. It's all coming back now. This car's a really good car to get you into sim racing mindset. Like, brake a billion years before, brake in a straight line. I haven't Spaceman Spiff, but I need to. Yeah, I really like Need for Speed, so I need to try those maps. I've forgotten how to reach. Yeah, all the skills have gone. I didn't have many, but they've gone. Looking up the contrast. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Perfect. LCS. Ah, love it. It's exactly what I wanted. This is Mushroom Edition. Hang on, hang on. Nuclear missile simulation. Can make it more 1980s. Yeah, we'll do Race Room hopefully when that launches. Yeah. This is like being a photo editor, but you can now do it. You can now do it while sim racing, which is nice, isn't it? 'Cause I can do it while sim racing. But 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 I can do it whi What it is it's the sky is washed out. Where's the sky? What you got fixed? Well, that seems to be better. Oh! I'm doing my settings! Don't drive into us. Okay. Yeah, there is a sky brightness setting. Okay, let's get a server up here. Oh, that'll cost me rating points. Okay. Hang on, I'm just gonna do. Oh, we'll just go to another server. I'll get a miss settings. That's the first thing that you shout when you get driven into at 120 miles an hour. Ah, miss settings. Pretty common. Right, server. I'm pretty happy with it though. I do seem to get like a frame drop every now and again, but that could be Nvidia rather than it's probably Nvidia driver stuff. Right. Where's my bloody server gone? Oh, here it is. Right, what should we do? We could do some Silverstone in the RSS F4 car. Don't know if don't think everyone has that. Formula. What should we do? You bought these settings for $5. Festival music. I can't play AC anymore unless I have a league or playing with friends. I'm waiting for Kunos to put me out of my misery. Oh, well, you know. The stream's only at 60. Well, because I like to have 120 FPS for me. I don't think everyone has that. Not everyone has the F4 car. Tell you what, I'll change the car over here. We could do like a Porsche Cup or something. Well, what should we do? Like maybe like, oh, I can start the serve with the F4 car. If you don't like it, tough. If you don't have it, tough. You should have it. It's a good car. No, so counter debate. The thing is that first of all, you can't set the LG C1 OLEDs to 120 hertz to 90 hertz, and yeah, my capture card does 120 pass through, and yeah, it's most of the time it's running way higher than that. So it's normally it would still do it. Even if it was at 90 hertz. Right. Try this out. Shed heads in there. Let's put a Formula rim on. Ah, it's working all right, I think. I might get some pizza here. I'm starving. Check some errors because you don't have the car or the track. Maybe they've updated the car. Maybe I'm running an older version of the car. Is anyone else having checksum errors? I'm not running the OSRW track, am I? I think so. Where's mine? Oh, I don't have a setup for this. Well, this is all default stuff. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. Oh, the people are getting in. Oh, this looks nice. I think this looks good. Why did you think the AMS2 update was going to drop today? It'd be funny if AMS2 update actually massively transforms the handling. I'm skeptical, but I mean, it'd be cool if it did. Woo! Yeah, this looks good. I think we can probably adjust. My screen seems a bit dark. That's the. Oh, that's nice. We can make it a bit more blue. Oh, that. Silverstone got nuked. Oh well. No great loss. Hello, Channel VR. We're all right. We're just messing around with PPs. We're messing with our PP. Who doesn't like to play with the PP? I should do an AC video called "How to Play with Your PP." Oh, that's a good idea. Oh yeah, well my camera is a lot more contrasty than the game. My OBS, I could probably add more contrast to it. That's an OBS thing. We can adjust that. Let's have a look here. Look at this. OBS. Oh no! Almost crashed OBS here. Oh, thanks for subscribing. There you go. There you go. You happy? Is that better for you guys? That probably matches more what I'm seeing. Yeah, because the Stream PC gets the signal through a capture card, so it makes it look different. I made it look like it's raining now, or maybe that's the skybox though. I don't. Ah, oh dear, what am I doing? I had it all right, and now I messed it up. I know. It's the gamma setting. Problem is the gamma on this is a bit weird. It's what it is you need to be able to adjust the dark point, because it's the road, not it's the sky. You don't want to adjust the sky. Ah! I've been kicked from my own server. Bloody hell. Well, it's gonna I've been banned from my own server. I'm gonna have to restart the server, guys. I've been banned from. Oh, thank you.
1, go.
I've been banned from my own server.
To the T-Master.
Thank you very much. I need to reset the server. Jesus Christ. Yeah. My moderation's that hardcore. Do you know what? I'll change the. Oh, now my server's gone mental. Right, let me let's change the car to something that other people have. Bloody hell. What's a good car for us to do? I got kicked from the server. I just need to restart it. I'm going to put a car that's not DLC so people can... Right. Try that again. I've just put the Kunos F4 car on quickly. We're just tweaking settings here. We're just dialing things in. Menu streams, yeah. Right, perfect. Yeah, this looks good. You need to be careful just in the contrast settings. I think it's just like subtle. It's just subtle tweaks and changes, and I think the performance is supposed to be a bit faster. Yeah, the problem is what you need really is an ability to adjust the white point and the black point, so you could reduce the sky brightness. Yeah. But it's partly to do with the right, if I put it on this, the whole scene's too dark. So part of it is to do with the for the HDR. I think that's what we need to go for. But yeah, what you really want is to be able to get the contrast for the road. Well, this is all doing HDR anyway, basically. It's just a compromise between the brightness of the dark stuff versus the brightness of the the light stuff. And exposure settings, that's better. I mean, the thing is, this sort of stuff doesn't really matter, does it? Like, the main thing would be, does it run faster? For me, the thing is that you've now, with the linear colour space, it's obviously what Peter's developing more, and the skyboxes work with it. The skyboxes look nice, so it's good. I think this looks alright. Get in there. Right. Can someone get me a pizza? I have to go to my freezer, and we'll have to get the air fryer. I'm pretty happy with this. This looks fine. And we're good. Yeah, I don't know why they don't counter debate. It's really weird, isn't it? Like, why don't they, in Shader Patch, built into Shader Patch, have Content Manager ranking and then just run every half hour F4 race with stat tracking. It's the most obvious thing, like, and then obviously you need like a safety rating and split system and stuff, but to be honest, you don't really need safety rating as much as you need the split system, because the more splits you have, the more it separates people out. And yeah, you could even ban people by Steam ID if they were overly annoying. So let's go. Perfect. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. I need a pizza and a cup of tea, but I think stuff's working. Shedhead's on the top of the leaderboard, so we need to ban him. I need to record some footage of this. I think might do a video on this tomorrow. And what day is it tomorrow? 3rd. So the race room update comes out. Race room update comes out tomorrow. That'll be interesting. Oh no, it comes out on the 4th. See, the difficulty with race room is it's really fun to drive, feels great, but and they've actually improved the graphics and stuff. It's mostly just subtle tweaks and stuff, but it looks nice. But it's not better than AC, is it? So they do really good event stuff, and I really like the people that work on Race Room. To be fair, the 90s DTM stuff, that'd be good actually. That's worthwhile getting it for that. So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we'll just do 90s DTM. Who cares about new DTM? It's really weird that Race Room has the DTM license. Deutsches... What's DTM? I like the full name for BMW as well. Bullsches Motorwagen, something. How do you say BMW? BMW. What's the actual full name of it? Burr something or other. Burr Badonde. Burr. Burr. Someone Google what BMW stands for. Like Bundesliga. Wunderbar. Yeah, Bayerisch Motorwerk. Worken. Bayern. What does that mean? What does it even mean? It's madness. Hello, Turge. Bavarian Motorworks. Bumver. I remember the first time I was in Germany talking to a German and I saw a BMW and they went, BMW? And I was like, what? What's a BMW? BMW? What? Oh, you're calling it what it's actually called? I didn't know that. Sociedad Español de Automotive... What? What is it with people that come up with cars? They're mental. Guess you have to be pretty mental to work in the car industry. The turds. Yeah, it's a nice little quick video, that. I did a sim racing edit for people that don't want to look at the entirety of Gamescom. But thanks for the kind words. Hang on a minute, what was that dot? Was that in my room in real life, or was that just sort of fly go past us? Hello, Simply Davil. Oh, my tactile transducers are working. Didn't even notice that they were on. I was like, oh, it feels nice. Thoughts so far? Icon City. Yeah, that's good. Nice update. Seems to work pretty well. Linear colour space now works with the skyboxes, which is good. That was the main thing that I wanted. Burby. Oh, that's what's it called? CMRT. They updated that ages ago. I haven't tried the rally recently. Let's give it a go. Right, I'm going to get a pizza. Oh, actually, wrong start finish line. I've not used the Virpil yokes, but everyone says they're really good. So yeah, the game's a bit dark, isn't it? It's like proper overcast. Kind of want it a bit brighter, but then I mean, the stream's probably a bit too dark. Oh no, that's alright. It's just my monitor gone into power mode. Yeah, the problem with this is it's not unrealistic because we're under a cloud. Yeah, it's not unrealistic lighting for being under a cloud, but I can't see. Yeah, we can just change the gamma. It'll look a bit washed out, but I'll be able to see the road. Right, back in a second, guys. I'm just gonna put pizza on so we can keep streaming a bit longer. Back in a minute. Get in the server if you want to join us, though. I need a head torch. Hello. I'm back. I've been banned from singing. How's everyone doing? Well, we'll have to wait and see with Evo. I mean, there's no real rush, is there? Basically, if it's good, it's good. We've got AC, we've got The Sims to play. But is it force feedback? I'm not quite sure why people buy yokes, because you can fly all planes with a joystick, and a yoke is kind of limited to like civil aviation. What do you call it? General aviation. What's the X post for Verpil? No, it's just a yoke. But it's not good. It's not got force feedback, so. And the honeycomb yoke's quite good, but Flight Sim's weirdly out of touch. Like, they should have been doing force feedback stuff for years. You kind of have to think of flight sims and racing sims as totally separate. Totally separate hobby spaces. Which is weird. Yeah, the new Moser force feedback joystick felt really good. Oops. Okay, he's lagging a bit. That's why we normally have a ping limit on. Yeah, we did a video on it. We tried it at Gamescom. It was pretty good. Felt very similar to the Brunner. I don't know why they're calling it direct drive, because it's not direct drive. That's weird. There are actually direct drive joysticks that exist out there. It's business, yeah, but like you shouldn't really call something what it isn't. Like there literally are direct drive joysticks in the industry. Where they use the joystick is like you have like a metal shaft that goes into between two electromagnets, on the electromagnets control the joystick. Whereas I'm pretty sure the Brunner works by having two servo motors that pull the joystick one way and the other way. I mean, maybe they are on rails, so it's somewhat direct. But I mean, even like the old Microsoft joystick was basically just a cable onto a motor, you know. Oh dear. That'd be £5,000 for a new wing, please. Why is he stopping? Did they just get kicked for too many contacts? Why? You say it's the worst car in the whole game. What makes you say that? I know people that drive real race cars that think this is one of the better cars in the game, so... What wheel are you using? Yeah, it's not. No, I don't know what force feedback wheel you're using. This car's super easy to drive. This is... It's not like iRacing at all. You just have to counter steer, you just have to drive based off the force feedback. I mean, I have some ideas, but nothing I can talk about. We'll have to see what happens with Fanatec. I can't say anything. Well, we'll have to just see what happens. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Oh, why are you driving into me? Bloody hell. Caught on the curb in there. I hopefully Fanatec sticks around. Be interested to see what happens. It's business doing business stuff. Fanatec has like they've got a good marketing position, they've got good products, they've got good staff, you know. So hopefully, because they're still in the process of you know, some buyer coming in, and then we'll see what happens. It's business. Moser are taking over. I don't know. There's like in the sim racing space, you have like Acertec, Simucube, Moser, Fanatec, Thrustmaster. So the thing is, what you perceive as a sim racing space from a hobbyist perspective might not actually represent sales from a business perspective. And so what can seem like the biggest brands and the most, you know, the biggest things to you as a general sim racer can actually be off from what the actual reality is. in terms of sales. So what seems to be doing well and selling well, and you know, culturally, what you're like, oh wow, they're doing really well in sim racing, everyone knows them, can actually be incorrect from a pure business numbers perspective. And a lot of sim. So this is the same with like. The same thing happens with sim racing in terms of people going, oh, iRacing is the most realistic sim real drivers play. It's like, no, in reality, most real world drivers that are decent professional real world drivers think it's a joke. They're like, oh, they enjoy playing it. You can have fun with it, like I play it. They don't think of it as a realistic sim. It's a simulator. But like, so if you were to ask sim racers though, the average sim racer, the majority of people will be like, oh yeah, iRacing, super realistic, real drive. Do you know what I mean? So, so the actual reality of things is often very disconnected from the general public perception of things. And that's what it's like with hardware businesses and sales, and you know. Does Kirith know? I don't think Kirith knows any more than anyone else. But I like the people that work at Fanatec, and to be honest, I like Thomas as well. I like the people that work there at the moment. A whole bunch of them I know reasonably well over the last like 7+ years. So I just want the people that work there to be able to have stable jobs, and for them to keep, you know, to make good products, you know. That's the thing. Yeah, Corsair bought the trademark to the for part of the Fanatec branding, but they don't own the company. So, and then so the way the process works is that they went into administration. Potentially they were going to have a buyer, but well, before going into administration, potentially a company would buy them, but then you have a board and you have shareholders, and then you have the specific German financial regulators and how all that works. And so now basically it'll be a case of whichever company can put a bid in, and there'll be a separate person to the business of Fanatec that represents general interests that will then decide, presumably, which purchaser is going to, well, there's probably some kind of auction, and then also something where someone would go, okay, that's a reasonable purchaser. So there's very German specific legal components to acquisitions of companies that go into administration and how that operates. And yeah, it's going to be like way more complicated than like your average sim racer would pick up from just watching the general coverage of those kind of things. So yeah, I don't, in all scenarios, I don't think Fanatec are going to outright disappear. That would, so you have to think of, at the end of the day, Fanatec produce products. They have a production pipeline. There's a market demand there. They offer value. They have a tangible thing. They have good staff. They have a tangible thing. So that's got inherent value to it. So if you've got debtors, the last thing that someone wants, if you're in debt to someone, the last thing those debtors want is for the person that's in debt to them to just disappear, because then they don't get any of their money back or future profits, right? So if you've got a business that actually produces something and has actual value, they don't just disappear, because people would just lose money for no reason. So I mean, they can still disappear if there's a complete failure of the process, but you know, generally speaking, they don't. We got no tyres left. Why'd you put the soft tyres on? I just accepted it as setup. You could. So I would say if Corsair still bought Fanatec, it would be unlikely for Corsair to strip all the assets and sell it on, purely based off the history of Corsair. Like, if you look at what they typically do, they keep the brand, they keep the separate companies. You know, like Elgato and the whole bunch of stuff that Corsair's bought over in the past. So, we always have to see what happens. Yeah, Fanatec, so they've done actually quite a lot to support sim racing and grow sim racing in many ways and build visibility of sim racing. Like, I'm not saying that Thomas is perfect or, like, you know, but they have done a lot of positives as well, and they have supported a lot of YouTube channels with, like, affiliate programs and stuff, and done that very early on, way earlier than other companies, and also expanded. So they did the first mass market DD wheelbases. Also, they pushed things forwards with the Club Sport wheelbase was way ahead of other wheelbases at the time, and they did the first affordable load cell brake pedals. So, I personally bought the Club Sport V2 pedals myself, like this, before I knew anyone at Fanatec, and they're really good. So, yeah, I think people overlook, like, I do think Thomas is mental. Like, he is. Like, I can tell you he is mental, like, in a fun way, but like that could be positive and negative. You need, like, crazy people to run businesses, though. So, especially to get businesses off the ground, you have to be mental. So, yeah, like, people oversimplify, like, stuff's never like a binary, simplistic, you know, this is good, this is bad, this, you know, there's a tendency on the internet and just in general, people like to simplify things into a singular perception of, oh wow, this is universally terrible, or this is universally great. And basically there's like if something goes over the barometer of 50%, like, it's 51% good, oh, it's perfect. If it's 49%, if it's 49% good, oh, it's terrible, it's the worst thing ever. Like, a lot of people don't understand how to think about reality, and that you can't have 100% confidence in anything. Everything's on, like, a gradient scale. Would I buy? No, personally, I wouldn't buy Fanatec stuff right now. That's why I've not covered it on my channel. Only because they need to. The business stuff needs to be sorted out. I'm not saying that they should still be able to meet orders, and I'm sure you know, Fanatec stuff's good, but personally, why as a consumer risk? Why take that risk as a consumer? Why? There's no point. There's other options, so don't bother. Don't take risk when you don't need to, is my view. You keep playing iRacing, saying iRacing is horrible. Yeah, no, I just say that the tyre model's terrible, and then iRacers argue with me about it non-stop, the deluded ones that can't accept it. The netcode's bad, tyre model's bad, but it's not. It's an entertaining game. Shoo me. Can I be prosecuted for calling someone on eBay foolish and pathetic? I don't think so. I don't know. You'd have to speak to a lawyer. I don't think foolish and pathetic aren't. No, I don't think foolish and pathetic's. There's nothing offensive about that. You're just making a subjective accusation. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what the rules in the UK are for that kind of stuff. It's probably something stupid. Reporting. They're coming. Well, that's it. Yeah, the whole iRacing thing is more an issue, and this is a problem with sim racing in general. You have fanboys for various games, and you see this in other stuff. It's not just sim racing; it's in anything. You have people that have picked a tribalistic side for something, right? And then they will defend that. They will ignore all evidence. They will ignore all evidence to the contrary of what they've decided to believe. And even if you give all the evidence in different, like an authority, a logical reason, you demonstrate the fundamental problems, it doesn't matter. And those people that can't change their mind based on once you've really laid things out, that's the issue. And those people will be the really loud people that will come in your streams and stuff, like when we're playing AMS2 at iRacing, and we'll say, oh well, this is not particularly good in this sim, and then it'll be like, oh well, have you driven the real car? You know. You know, so it's just how it is. It's just, as I said before, it's really weird. If it's a shame that like drivers on the Formula 1 grid can't talk publicly, matter of fact, because you know they're Formula 1 drivers. They've got more important things, and what's the benefit? Because a lot of sim racers would be really shocked with what many top level real drivers say about simulators. They'd be like, oh. So, as I say, there's a really big disconnect in sim racing. I was going to change the track here. That worked alright. There's a really big disconnect in sim racing between watch it, Shumi. There's a massive disconnect in sim racing between sim racers, mostly sim racers that are fans of various sim titles, and what actual real drivers actually sell. What people that actually work in the industry, or people that actually work on Formula 1 simulators, or actually are right next to the data and can actually drive very well. The view of simulators, like the online, if you were to go on Reddit r sim racing or online sim racing and ask, oh, what's this, the answers you will get are generally going to be completely incorrect to the reality. And so yeah, but it's just how it is. It's like that with so much stuff.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
Because the
so
whatever it's a
so it's probably one of the
whatever's the most popular thing drives the conversation. So actually, in reality, if you were to ask all gamers about something and public consensus as to, if you were to ask everyone, you will get that Gran Turismo is the most realistic driving game, right? Because more people play it, more people know about it, and so that's what the general consensus would be if you were to ask everyone. But obviously, sim racing forums and stuff is in another bubble. So, yeah. And you can't convince those. The only way that you would change the mind of someone that doesn't know any better is through an argument of authority, or if they've spent a lot of time like doing a lot of research themselves and actually then understand it. Let me just get a new track up here, guys. I've lost my bloody server. Silenced Max Verstappen. Right. Right, let's change. Let's go for another car. What track shall we do? Well, let's do we could do Imola, will be fun. Oh, let's do a Mugello. Let's do a Mugello. What's a good car for Mugello, guys? Something not too fast. I also need to change it. Remind me to change the time of day. He bid multiple times on the TV, then messaged 5 hours after. Yeah. No, he is an idiot. Like, but also that's against the rules to bid for something and then not pay for it. It's just that happens all the time on eBay. Yeah, it's because he probably wanted to win at a certain price, and then won above what he was actually expecting to pay, or he was doing it for his mum, and then his mum was like, "No, that's too expensive," you know, or like we can't afford that. You got carried away, and so then he's making an excuse up to try and justify not paying for it. That's probably what happened. That's normally what happens on eBay. Yeah, GT4 could be good. Wake Up. What sort of pedals would I recommend? I haven't tried the VRC Formula Alpha. I'm not that interested in it because it's not the type of car that you're going to get racing with. But I have got it actually. I think I got it. I think it's fine. I think I bought it. I can't even remember. But yeah, no one's going to race it. Pedals. Anything with a load cell's fine. Oh, there's a GR86 in AC. Didn't even realise. Yeah, we did a video on it, Shady Sim. If you go on our YouTube channel, I think we're one of the only people to have actually done a proper video on those pedals from the trade show, which is mental. This was something I know back in the day when wheels would come out and you'd see trade show footage. And people would film them, but no one would actually go into detail or talk about them or anything. And even now, it's really strange to me that from Gamescom, I think I was the only person to actually really sit down and talk about the pedals and like try them and, you know, make a video on it. I mean, it's not a good environment for making videos, in fairness. Trade show videos are like it's the worst. It is the worst environment to try and film something. People all around you, random noise. You know, it's terrible. People knocking into your camera, people staring at you. It's honestly the worst place to try and film anything. But yeah, it always surprises me that people don't just. You could just stick a camera looking at it, have a go on it, and then talk about it. Just getting the server up here, guys. I'm just trying to find a good car. We could do Porsche Cup actually. Children in the rigs. Oh, that was a good thing though. Actually, at Gamescom, there was a lot of kids, but they were, you know, actually trying stuff out, which is cool. Right, time of day. It's at 2 PM. Let's put it on like 3, and then let's make the clouds. Few clouds. Where do I change? Oh, here we go. Few clouds. Let's put it on scattered clouds. Let's see how this looks. Okay, server's up. You don't? What's that? It makes it more difficult to make content. What's this? Oh yeah, the children. Yeah. Yeah, the Fanatec CSL V2 pedals are really nice. Get in the server. There we go. Yeah, Acertec stuff's really nice. Here we go. Oh yeah, one thing at Gamescom that was pretty annoying. There would always be it was pretty funny actually. There'd always be like 13-year-old kids in the background doing like stupid stupid motions, and I had to edit a whole bunch of them out. I was just like, oh. But to be fair, it's a good troll. Can't be too bitter. I was doing the intro, and then these two kids in the background going, oh, in the background of the video, and I'm like, oh, I got to do it again. Okay, again. Just like, oh, okay, fine. It's just like, oh. Also, I think it's something like Gamescom. Obviously, you got like teenagers that are really excited. And then also it's an environment where, you know, they get confident and they're, you know, it's just a easygoing environment. So younger kids that would otherwise be like, they would not do stupid shit behind a 6'2" bold guy. They're like, oh, it's scary, Gamescom. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's funny. It's something I would do if I was them. So I find it funny. Oh, and then you get. There was like what must have been like 12-year-olds that would come up to me and they're like, oh, you do YouTube? What's your YouTube? You do YouTube? I'm like, oh god, yeah, I do. Oh. And they're like, oh, what is it? I'm like, oh god. Gay man muscle. But you know, it's better for them to be. It's alright. It's just funny, like, you know, how hyper kids are. You got the basic CSL. It's worth the load cell pedal's worth it, Rich. Yeah. Oh, something as well, actually. Filming at Gamescom. You can have a camera on a tripod, right, looking at you, and you are stood about this far from the camera, like less than a meter, and you're stood there, and you are clearly presenting and talking to a camera, like you are stood talking, waving your arms around, right, and guaranteed people will just walk between you and the camera, or they will walk into the camera. Like, it's really weird. It's really strange how unaware someone is of a camera on a tripod. Like, they're not doing it on purpose. Like, it's normally like it's just weird, because if I'm like walking around London and I see some tourists taking pictures, I'm like, oh, they're probably taking pictures of each other. I won't walk in front of their camera. I will walk around them so they can get, you know. It's really weird that how just people will just walk into you, because if you're not stood in like a really predefined traditional way, they just walk into you. It's really strange. Yeah, it was just no. It's happened in the UK, Shumi, as well. Yeah, zombie mode. Yeah, maybe English. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. Stream sniper. Oh, the amount of people just walking into your camera. To be fair, my camera is pretty small, so I can see how you'd miss it. But I mean, it's a trade show, so I'm not really. I don't get annoyed at them. It's a trade show. I should have someone in a yellow jacket stood by the camera. That's the best thing of having a cameraman. But even then, I've had people be a camera person. And people still walk in front of the camera, even with I've done like interviews with full, like a cameraman, assistant, audio, and then like a producer or something. So 4 people, and a camera on a like a camera, like a proper broadcast camera, and a microphone, and we still have people walk. You're like, how do you miss that? But it's pretty funny, so it's all good. Should do it on purpose. Yeah. It's actually Gamescom. I'm surprised that there wasn't a huge number of YouTubers. You push yourself so hard. It was all right. No, we didn't do 7 hours in one go. We did 3 hours one day. Then 3 or 4 hours another day, and then an hour I think was. But we were doing the walkthrough, so I did a 3-hour walkthrough video, and then I filmed two booths. It was alright actually. Alright, let's go. Well, I say, and I really like Germany. Like the Deutsches Bahn pass is really good, €50, and then you can travel on all the local trains. So if any of you guys go to Sim Racing Expo, you could get a plane to Dusseldorf, and then you can get the train from Dusseldorf to Dortmund, and it's probably like an hour and a half on the train. But there's lots of trains that go there, and the Cologne's really easy as well. Like Dusseldorf to Cologne, it's like between 30 to 50 minutes from Dusseldorf to Cologne, depending which train you get. The airport in Dusseldorf is literally, well, it's a 10-minute train journey from the centre of Dusseldorf, so it's a pretty convenient area, and it's only an hour and a half to fly there from the UK. I miss Batman. I wasn't going to try any VR stuff because it had just been that would have been pure disease. kids VR sweat. Sim Racing Expo's in October, I think, 13th. I need to book it all in actually. Pretty much everyone's going. Random Call Sign. I think Game Tech's going. Dave Cam. Jardier, like Emil, like loads of people. I hope Matt Malone goes. I haven't seen Matt Malone in person for years. That'd be awesome. Wake up, Quest 3. Quest 3 is basically the VR headset to go for. Yeah, you should do. Sim Racing Expo is pretty chill, but I think this year's Sim Racing Expo is going to be interesting. I get the feeling that there's going to be a lot more product launches. So, yeah, pretty good Sim Racing Expo to go to. Yeah, the Quest 3 is the most convenient VR headset on PC. It just, and cost effective and quality for value. Yeah, OLED's great, isn't it? But the problem with PSVR is just the inconvenience of it, and I think the Quest 3's, for me, it's the lens thing. Like, the sweet spot is such a huge thing for me, and the lenses on the Quest 3 are just so, by far, the most comfortable lenses on any VR headset by a million miles. Yeah. I did quite like the PSVR. The PSVR controllers are the best VR controllers I've used. Yeah, I think because Meta have the resources to do all the customization on them. Oh, this looks awesome. Looks a bit dark though. Because if I turn the brightness up, it messes up the contrast a bit. Maybe it's because it's cloudy though. For some reason, the weather's stuck on. It's supposed to be light clouds, but for some reason, it's on. I know. I don't know what I did. I changed them, Cat Debate. I don't know why it's kept them on this. Yeah, it's cloud shadows. They did say that. It does look like good cloud shadows, though. Like, this is like British. This looks like England, doesn't it? When it's not raining, you get clouds and you can like, oh, there's a little bit of sky in the distance, but it's still dark. The clouds are still above you. I wouldn't buy a Quest 2, by the way. I mean, if you're on a budget and you can't afford a Quest 3, the Quest Lite should come out for Christmas, so probably in the next 2 months. So I think it'll have Fresnel lenses, so I don't think it'll be as good as the Quest 3 lenses, but it might be quite good. So that's probably the best thing to go for, to be honest. There's also some other companies doing some light VR headsets, which, you know, will just be HDMI. So hopefully they come about. I think they'll sell them individually, Shady. I mean, I don't know. I think, but you'll be able to buy them, I imagine, individually or as a set. And they can be inverted as well, which is cool, as you'd expect, but. I think that Moza active brake pedal is a good compromise between the Simucube active pedal, which is a lot more adjustable, a lot more travel range. Like, the Simucube thing makes more sense for like a professional driving centre, but for pure sim racing, oh, there you go. Yeah, the clouds were blocking the sun. For pure sim racing, the Moza pedal looks like it'll be top notch. It felt really nice and smooth. That's the big thing that's difficult to get right, is to have the motor, because you've got the pedal directly going into a motor, and to then remove cogging feel if you're using worm gears. I'm not sure, but I think the Moza pedal, the shaft might actually go into. So you've got the magnetic coil. I think the pedal shaft might go into the magnetic pedal. So technically, it could be a direct drive brake pedal, whereas the Simucube is not direct drive. But yeah, just that's why it's exciting to me, because the Simucube pedal, nothing wrong with it. It's just, you know, it's just on a completely different price. You know, it's a whole different ballpark, isn't it? It's just not in the same thing. I think that if the Moza pedal's around 700 or something, that'd be ideal. not properly wake up now. But I mean, to be honest, most bog standard pedals are all fine. You know. Here we go. We're going to get some chronic stutter now because I'm recording a video. Get some video footage. We need to get a video out about this Pure. It's been a good test session today, though. I wasn't going to stream today. I edited up some more video, and then I was like, and then I saw the Pure had been updated. I was like, no, we're gonna have to check. We're gonna have to try it out. Guys, please be careful. This isn't iRacing. This is like a real Porsche Cup race. Guys, can you try not driving into each other? It's not that hard. What you have to do is you have to just leave a bit of space so that when, you know... Oh dear. So that when people move around, they've got a bit of margin for error. See, that's old man Dan. You see, what you have to do is you have to look ahead, and you can't just go by what the car in front of you is doing, because they have to drive by what the car in front of them is doing. Oh dear. This is why the Nordschleife in real life Tourswagen is terrifying. You've got a question regarding ACC graphics. What's the question? Yeah, well, I mean, you can't. I don't know what I'm talking about, so you can only give advice about sim racing if you're like a real driver, or you're like an esports pro or something. Only esports pro and real drivers could possibly know the most basic, rudimentary driving tips. That's how that works. What's the best AA to use? Temporal AA, to be honest. They're all terrible. Temporal AA is the best AA with ACC. You'll get some ghosting artifacts, but... Well, it's funny. The argument from authority thing is pretty funny, because you can do an argument from authority as an actual authority. So like a real driver, esports driver, you know, someone that's a pro that's actually got a track record. That's actually a legitimate argument from authority. But the thing is, you could just, if you do pretentious YouTube videos for a long time, even if you're crap at sim racing, if you talk in a monotone English accent, and you do loads of like guide videos, this is how you leave space, the more monotone and stupid you can make it, the more pretentious it is, and the more people will think you know what you're talking about. That works really well. So that's the other. Why are you braking? I've just killed him. Sorry, that's really not our braking corner. See, what you have to do is you need to brake and not hit into people. That's why. That is not a brake point. I wasn't expecting that. That was outside of the margins of error. See how I took him down though and took out the car in front? That's a really good overtake. Tonight on Please Camera Action, Gamer Muscle murders all his subscribers. Oh yeah, DLSS if you've got that. Or yeah, the FSR, but Temporal AA runs better, I found. Double tap. That's what's known in the industry as a monster kill. Yeah, I'm really excited for the Moser active pedal, to be honest. I was totally skeptical. Well, first of all, I don't think anybody was expecting it at Gamescom. I don't think anyone was expecting it at all, even people in the industry. I think Moser surprised quite a few people. People were like, "Oh, where did that come from?" Also, it worked in a different way to how you'd expect it to work, which is nice to see. It's good having. It's interesting having different ways of doing stuff. But yeah, I really like the idea of active pedals because I like putting tactile transducers on my pedals or even just vibration and stuff. I like that, but force feedback's all fantastic. But it's just the pricing of it, and that's the problem with the Simucube pedals. Is they're great, but they're not in a consumer price bracket really. Yeah, the Porsche wheels weird though. I mean, it's nice to show that the good thing about the Porsche wheel is it shows that Moser are interested in doing properly licensed products and are able to get the license and also do a good wheel, which is nice. Because I think that's the thing, Moser needs to move away from the idea that they just copy other companies' stuff. Do you know what I mean? Because they don't need to even do that. That's the thing, that the stuff that they've come up with themselves, or is less inspired, shall we say, is really good. Yeah, I think I like what Moser are doing. Well, this is it. I did say that to the guys at Moser that it'd be really. I said this to Simucube as well. I mean, obviously, their priorities is the sim racing and stuff, so I'm sure they've already thought of everything anyway. But like the idea of having active pedals that are digitally connected, so you can then use them as connected flight pedals. The thing is, the Moser brake active pedal doesn't have as much travel as the Simucube active pedal, so it's got enough travel for it to work. And to be fair, the Cessna that I flew in real life, the rudder pedals on that, for the most part, apart from when you're taxiing, when you're actually in the air, the rudder pedals feel like load cell brake pedals, and you don't really push them that hard. You're not really going. You're only pushing them a little bit, and it's quite a firm kind of feel. So the Moser pedals would still work for that, for the most part. Like, it wouldn't be perfect, but you know. Yeah, this looks great. I think this looks fantastic. Isn't it 27 PSI for ACC? I think it might be a little bit lower now. I think they made it a little bit less sensitive as well. But I'm not the right person to ask. Niels Nyox, he's like an ACC player, and he's also a good driver. So he's a good channel. He'll probably answer you if you ask on his channel. He'll know for sure. OG UK, Jardier. They both do a lot of ACC and know what they're talking about. So they're the place to go for ACC stuff, to be honest. OG UK and Jardier have been living on ACC for like 6 years, so they're going to know more than anyone else. They'll know everything. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, it used to be 27 and then it's a little bit lower. This is what I heard, but I don't really play ACC, so I'm the wrong person to ask about that kind of stuff. Yeah, watch Jardier, to be honest. OG UK and Jardier. And for videos, Niels Niox, and Niels does good videos on differences between sims and things. I like Niels Niox is really funny. Like in real life, he comes across as like grumpy. He's not, but he comes across as grumpy. But I like that. He's quite critical. I like people that are a bit critical and to the point. It's such a shame that more people aren't like that. Oh, this looks nice. This lighting. Yeah, well, I just feel like I rather come across people that I disagree with, but they say what they're actually thinking and not being overly stupidly diplomatic. They're just like, oh, well, these are the reasons for why I think what I think. And, you know, and I like that. But the thing is, a lot of people are like, oh, they're confrontational or whatever. It's like, well, no, they're just, someone's just being direct. It's respectful. It's way more respectful for someone to say to you, oh, I think you're an idiot for XYZ reasons, and then you can say, oh, I think you've misinterpreted what I was saying. Do you know what I mean? You can actually have an honest conversation, and you can actually understand where they're coming from, or where they're right, where you're right or wrong or whatever. It's just so much better than when everyone tries to like pussyfoot around everything. That's one thing I like about Germans in general. They can be a lot more direct with what they're saying, even than British people. RMK, probably not too long because I need to edit up the video about this. You're an idiot, good sir. I dare say, I believe you're a moron. I really like women that are like that as well. Really direct women. Maybe we need a Polish wife instead of a German wife. What sim has the best AI? It's a mixture, really. Raceroom has quite good AI at times. R-Factor 2 has quite good AI. AMS2 has quite fun AI. But the problem is, with all the sims, the AI is good in some scenarios and really bad in others. So it's there's no sim that really does it well. iRacing actually has good AI, but then the driving is just, I think the AI is good in iRacing because the AI doesn't have to actually drive out the limit. It's all driving under the limit in a really weird way. So yeah, like for practicing iRacing in particular, iRacing AI is good for that, but the driving is so bad in iRacing, I don't know why you'd drive the AI. But if you like iRacing, its AI is good. For a newbie sim racer, AMS2 is probably the best single player driving game. Like, you can just load up a game, fill it with AI. You can even join a session. You can fill multiplayer up with AI if you want to. Good. Bloody hell, sliding everywhere here. I'd love to drive one of these Porsche Cup cars in real life, you know. It's so funny, Nacy. Well, that's it, Bridog. Yeah, hard to get iRacing purists to load up another game. Well, the thing is, because iRacing, a large part of the enjoyment of it is feeling like you're gaining rating and you're progressing and it's like playing WoW where you're building up your stats and stuff. So then when you're not doing that, it can feel like, oh, if I'd done the same thing but it was in iRacing, maybe I'd have gained some rating, I would have enjoyed that. So that's why people kind of get stuck into iRacing, because it can be like, well, they're enjoying making the EP bigger, you know, which is fine. I mean, that's a game mechanic, so nothing wrong with that. The problem, the iRating thing falls apart when you've got higher iRating and you realise that iRating is just based on not racing people and just hot lapping and not actually to do with how good you are at racing. And so it kind of really kills the outside of, let's make a number bigger, why not? But I think a lot of people that are in that sort of 1,000 to 3,500 iRating, they genuinely think that iRating is a measure of skill, not a measure of who's hot lapped the most. So for them, iRating will be more compelling as like oh wow, you know, I got iRating, that means I'm better at sim racing, I've enjoyed that, numbers got higher, so that makes it more motivating. Same in WoW, like if you've never leveled a character up to level 80, it's really fun. I mean, I don't like WoW, but I can see why. I have friends that played it a lot. It's really fun to level your first character to 80. That used to be the top rating. So that's a fun challenge to go, oh, can I do it? It's great. Counter-Strike, it was really fun for me to get to like Global Elite. And then it's exactly the same as iRating. I got to Global Elite and I was like, oh, it's actually not related to how good. Like, you have to be. It's related a bit, but it's more to do with, just playing in a really boring, methodical way and only playing with serious people. And do you know what I mean? You then, once you've done it, you're like, Well, that's true, Smileable. How's it going, Paul Smith? Paul the Smith, famed train filmer. Guys, check out Paul's channel. I watch his train videos to relax. To be fair, actually, your last train video was proper relaxing. He doesn't put any music on it. He does have the train honk its horn. I'll be honest, the video made me jump. Jump scare. He does jump scare videos. Train jump scares. That's his speciality. What was I going to say? What we say? Oh yeah, the iRating 7K. Well, yeah, 7K. You might as well not. You don't have an opinion. What about iRacing's force feedback? It's all right. iRacing's force feedback is okay. It just reflects the tire model, which isn't okay. But there's nothing massively wrong with iRacing's force feedback. Like you can feel you can feel the car. Well, there's no force feedback for braking, but when you're turning, you can feel the steering wheel get lighter depending on how much grip the tyres have. But the problem is the tyres, they only progressively get slidier as they warm up, so the force feedback will just progressively drop off unless you're in a downforce car on a high speed track, and that actually undoes the tyre model issue. So yeah. Tom, you feel that ACC's force feedback changed? Not recently, no. They changed it about a year ago. Last big update, they tweaked it a bit. First F Spirit. I can't stand the tire model in it, and it's one of the. What's that? What's that related to? Sounds like AMS2. That's my AMS2 review. That's what I would say for AMS2. Who wrote that? Oh, it is AMS2. Yeah, it's a good. Yeah. Well, I'm bizarre. So the thing with Austin, he's actually working for Straight 4, I think, as a game designer, which is good. I normally agree with his views, to be honest. Like, I think he's driven real cars, so he knows what cars should handle like. And I normally agree with his views on physics. I disagree with his views on general games design in some ways, because I think well, I don't fully disagree, but there's a subjective disagreement. The problem with Austin and like pretend race car stuff, the issue is that he would have a really good argument, be totally correct about something, or have some actual information that's the truth, and then he would make something up that was a complete stretch, that was basically like a conspiracy, or like just some overly pessimistic conspiracy of why things are how they are. So he, rather than him going, oh, the developers don't have enough time, or there's business constraints, or there's whatever, he would be like, oh, it's because this is to scam people out of money or something. Like, I don't know. He would just go, like, he would undermine the good argument he would have by making something up, or not making it up, but like just coming to a bizarre conclusion that it didn't need to, like it was already there. But yeah, no, it's good that he's he has the same view on sim physics that anybody that can drive has, which is that cars should be controllable, but you know, snappy still. There's nothing wrong with being pessimistic. I think the problem is that he, as I say, he comes up with he like invents an interpretation that's not the reality. Like I think he assumes negative intention rather than it being a result of just general incompetence or general lack of time from a developer's perspective, or you know, a developer trying to squeeze money out of people. Like, so much stuff can be explained by lack of time. Yeah, that's true, Smiley, but yeah, you have to be positive about everything. We're gonna change track here, guys. Good racing there, by the way. Yeah, we're just gonna change. We'll change track. Oh, God, I get a bloody headache when I record because it causes slowdown. Let's go for server's being slow here. What? I don't know why it didn't change the weather. Oh, sorry. I've got a sneeze button. I should probably use it. Right, let's try a different preset. Gesundheit. Did I try the new software for the R12? No, so Frank, yeah, I did. So there's a lot of placebo going on. there's some either people had wrong settings on their R12 wheels beforehand, or they haven't used the R12 recently and got the update and then just placeboed themselves. But as someone that's used the R12 a lot in the last 4 months, like 500 plus hours, I put the new software on it, and the differences are, if you use correct force feedback setting, the differences are negligible. utterly negligible to what the previous stuff was, right? And this wasn't just me on my wheel. I went to someone else's wheel. We updated it. They updated it. I didn't touch it. I was next to them. They were using the previous version. They updated their wheel. They had a go on it themselves, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it doesn't seem to be that difference." And then I had a go on it, and I was like, "Yeah, it's exactly the same. It feels the same as my wheel." Right? So there's some like people are, they've read the marketing release, and don't get me wrong, the Moza R12 is a great piece of equipment and whatever, you know, it's fine, but people have read like the marketing release, and then they've like they've just invented something. It's really weird. There's quite a few YouTubers, and I'm like, guys, did you actually test stuff side by side? And how did you have your wheel set up before? Yeah, well, this is the thing. The wheel also, it's the same. It's just software update, but a lot of people thought that it was a new wheel as well. So a bunch of people reported on it as if Moza had released a brand new wheel, which they didn't. So, yeah, there's quite a few people see KTL going, "Oh, game changer." You know, it's a thing to get views, isn't it? People will click on the affiliate link, so you know, it's the business. But I think people run really weird settings on their wheels, and then when you do an update, it might reset or change some of the settings, and then they go, "Oh, it feels different now." And this, so when I read through Reddit, unfortunately, as well, people run their. So when I test a force feedback wheel, I will first test it with no filter at all, no damping, no inertia, nothing, and I'll be like, "Oh, what does this feel like? How overactive is it?" Because that way you can feel the actual raw output of the game coming through the wheel. So that's the like, absolutely the sort of. It's a ridiculous way to use a wheel because it'll be too overactive and everything, but you can be like, "Oh, well, that's the motor. That's what the wheelbase from the signal from the game. That's what the wheelbase gives out." And then you can add some damper or whatever stuff to it. But I noticed a lot of people, and I've used a lot of people's random rigs all over, like esports drivers' rigs and rigs at trade shows and rigs at people's houses. You know, I would say esport drivers tend to set the wheels up pretty well, actually, unsurprisingly. But when you use random people's rigs, they run with like crazy amounts of damping or like so much filter that the game does not feel like the game's force feedback. Like they could be playing any sim, it wouldn't make any difference. So and then these people will comment on the internet, and then it just becomes a groupthink thing of, "Oh, I happen to agree with what they're saying, or they said something positive, so I'll upvote it because I've got a Moza or I've got a Fanatec and I want everyone to think it's the best wheel." Yeah, well, it's like I downloaded some RAM Smileable the other day. So right, I've got this set to scattered clouds. Why was it not scattered clouds? If I've got this set to scattered clouds in the race, scattered clouds. Oh, we use custom shaders patch. Defined by custom shaders patch, but I don't know if this will force everyone to have shaders patch. Right, let's see if that works. Oh. Maybe that's what I had to do. Right, server's up. Oh, no, it's not. Server's up now. Put Smileable. I would get a I would get the R12 if I were you, to be honest. If you were going to go for the Moser wheel, I'd just go for the R12 over the R9. No, I'm not saying that you wouldn't be happy with an R9, but I've used the R9 and then the R12, using the R12 but on slightly lower strength, just was a really good sweet spot. I think the R9 has a tendency to overheat maybe as well if you run it higher. I mean, I don't know. It depends what the price difference is. They just reduced the price of the R12 recently. Speedforce Sim Racer. What about haptic motors on your pedals? I mean, I'm using tactile transducers. They're not going to make you faster, but they're more immersive. It's good fun. People on Train Sim Classic kicked off at a third-party dev with Cell Cloud. Why are they kicking off with that? That Cloud's a pretty common mod thing, like in flight sims. Oh, okay, it's night time. Why is it night time? Right, is it night time for everyone? Why has that happened? Yeah, it's definitely worth getting the R12 over the R9. Right, we need to change the server settings. I don't know why it's night time. Sorry, guys. We've huge error. Why is it night? I set the time to be. Oh, hang on. Does it get the time from the weather settings? Let's see what's going on here. $10.19 it says. Huge error. Oh, so we've got. Sessions. Okay, I see, I see what's going on now. Yeah, okay, I get it. It's the server options are different when you do this. At least I understand how this works now. Unfortunately, here we go. Thinks that the server session start time is a password. Right, 3 p.m. Go for 3/19, and then what date? September. Let's go for summer. May. There we go. This should work now. It's good to know. But doesn't it add it? Is it? Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Save this. I haven't tried a Pimax Crystal, no. Yeah, so this wheel, is this KS wheel? Oh, that's good. My oh no, I took an ibuprofen. I have like pain in my arm. What's it called? Tendinitis, and I just picked the wheel up and it didn't hurt for the first time in ages. I was like, oh, it doesn't hurt. That's good. Picked up this. It doesn't hurt. I took painkillers. Maybe it is better though, because it used to hurt when I only took one ibuprofen. So maybe it has got better. That's good. This is the RCS V2, so it's quite heavy. I know if you've got tendinitis, when you do this, that's what makes it hurt. It's really weird. Right, who knows what Valve's doing? Right, server should be back up, guys. I tried that new Valve game. It's the new Valve shooter lane game. It's terrible. It's so pointless. It's just like, oh, why is it night time? Hang on. Did I not start the new session? Why is it still night? Yeah, oh, you played it, Oromu. Yeah, it's just what's the point? Yeah, no, it's like, what is the point? It literally, imagine Dota, but it's third person in really messy, cluttered city environment with really uninspired AI characters and really slow. Yeah, it's just really, I don't see the point of it. I don't know, why would you do Deadlock and not make a new Team Fortress when Dota 2 is fine? Like, why not just put a third person view in Dota? Oh, there we go. I just had to reset the server. I honestly, so I don't think Deadlock necessarily would be a bad game. I could see it being popular. I don't see the point. There was nothing in it that was like the gun mechanics, boring, the movement, boring, the environment, boring, the weapons, boring, the enemy, boring. It was just like, it's like, what, like, it's like, why? Imagine it being, imagine if they'd done a MOBA, but it played more like Team Fortress. So imagine Team Fortress 2, exactly how it is, but you have lanes. And you could be a spy, and you could, like, do, you know, just literally imagine if it was Team Fortress 2, but instead of the maps being Capture the Flag, they did a MOBA map. Like, yeah, they should, exactly. They should do, keep focusing, improve Dota for people that like that shit. Add more stuff to CS2, like make a ranked community map mode, or like a ranked mode that's like Premier, or even uses the Premier ranking. Doesn't really matter. And it, but it's random maps. Like, don't get rid of the whole map voting thing. 'Cause it's always bloody Dust 2, Nuke, or Vertigo. It's terrible. It's always the same 3 maps get voted over and over and over again. So, like a Premier mode, like you can have Premier mode as it is now, but another Premier mode, like called Premier Community or something, or Premier whatever, I don't know, and it just picks a map at random, and they can keep adding community maps to it, and it's always just different maps all the time, so you don't know. You're just like, oh, it's a different map, okay. I don't know. I honestly don't know what's going on at Valve. It's crazy. Games, guys. I'd have to say though, there's a new Commandos game coming out. I saw that was at Gamescom. Oh, I actually bought a game on my Steam Deck recently. Let me tell you what it is. It's terrible. I mean, I've spent like 8 hours playing it. I bought it and then I played it for 3 hours non-stop. It's just like a GTA clone, like a 2D top down. Hang on. It's called Maniac. It's basically a GTA 2 top down. Like, it procedurally generates a city, and then you literally just have to blow loads. It's like, you know the one, you know when you're playing Grand Theft Auto 1, the top down one, and as you do stuff you get a wanted mode. So this whole game is basically just you have to just blow stuff up, you increase your wanted mode, and then you've got to try and stay alive for like 20 minutes, and then each time you die you can upgrade like how powerful your gun is, how strong the cars are, whatever. It's like a Flash game in many ways, but in that top-down GTA thing. But it's really fun. It's really just fun blowing the shit out of stuff. It's really janky, but it actually works really well. Right. Yeah, that was the last game I bought. Here we go. Look at this, we've got 15 people in it. This is awesome. Ah, this looks good. What's Nvidia's new frame generation? When did that come out? I know there's lossless frames as that Steam app. That's just using into like so the problem with frame generation is that it typically adds latency and like temporal AA artifacts. I tweaked the setting a little bit. We're just using pure Skybox. Look at those clouds. What are you up to, Paul? You're up well late. Are you off work tomorrow? I'm sorry if you're not. If you are at work, and I've just reminded you of work. So, I forgot, but people have real jobs and real lives, and then they don't want to think about work when they're not working. It's a good way to troll people that have real lives. Well, I was saying this earlier, Paul. Mikael from Overtake was taking me around the Nordschleife in his Subaru, and he's like focused on trying to drive his car quickly around the Nordschleife, and I'm sat in the passenger seat going, look at the clouds. Look at the view. It looks amazing. And he's like focused. He's focused on driving. And I'm like, look at the view. You can see all the way. He's trying not to drive into another car, pounding it around the Nordschleife. I'm like, it looks amazing. The graphics, real world graphics. Sunset on the Nordschleife. It did look amazing. It looked absolutely incredible. Like it was, I think I posted on Instagram like a joke, saying it looked like AC. But it genuinely, it was like these kind of like light clouds, sun was setting. It was actually really quite spectacular. You've never been round it. Well, normally when I have passenger laps around the Nordschleife, it's normally yellow flag, yellow flag, yellow flag, pickup truck, dead motorcyclist. Well, I would like to drive around it in a Radical SR3 or something. A Skoda Citigo would struggle to get up the hill. Yeah, I'd like to do it in a something a bit racy, something without any. So I don't really like road cars. Really sloppy, and they're heavy. So I'd actually feel personally. So like a Radical SR3 handles more like a go-kart than a car, and it handles like a race car, obviously, but like to me that feels safer than a road car, which is sloppy and like springy and stuff. It's just heavy. Like a heavier car is less responsive. So I'm the same in Sims. I'm like really crap at driving road cars, but I'm a lot better at driving snappier cars. I think Shady, I think they're going to ban motorbikes around the Nordschleife at some point. Because there's so many bike crashes now. I mean, can you imagine though riding a motorbike around the Nordschleife? That has got to be like one of the most insane things. Can you imagine with cars? Honestly, I mean, it'd be more easy going than the Isle of Man, to be fair. I do it on a moped. I do it on a bicycle, on an e-scooter. Can an e-scooter make it around the Nordschleife? How long's the Nordschleife in miles? In kilometres? Like 26, right? Yeah, 28 miles? It's not 28 miles. E-scooter would die going up the hill. 172 miles. That's how far away it is from London. Okay, 20 kilometres. Yeah, so you should be able to do it on an e-scooter. Yeah, 15 to 20 kilometres is normally possible on an e-scooter. I did... I took an e-scooter from Dusseldorf city centre. Guys, follow my Instagram. I do amazing posts on Instagram. I took a... maybe I didn't post it on that Instagram. I don't know. But, follow the Game of Muscle Instagram. I followed the... I did the e-scooter from Dusseldorf city centre to Dusseldorf airport. And it took 30... Well, it took me an hour, but you can do it in 30 minutes. And the battery was like... I had a full e-scooter. And it just... We had like two bars left, so I swapped e-scooter with one that was fully charged because I didn't want to miss my plane. But that's awesome. Like, e-scooters are so good. Well, I was stopping to take photographs, so what I really like to do in Germany is I'll get a line pass, which is like £20 for 300 minutes or something, and you have to use it in a month. And then I will get the e-scooter and I'll just use it as like a tour bus. It's really good fun, and I'll just ride around taking pictures. You can see like a huge amount of a city that you otherwise wouldn't see. Although, so Dusseldorf has an absolutely huge cemetery. I was like, oh, I could cut through this park to get to the airport quicker. And I go into this park and I'm like, oh, this isn't a park. This is a cemetery. And I was like, oh, well, this is where the church is. It's probably the cemetery and then it's the park, right? That's really common in the UK. You know, bit of cemetery, bit of church, park. No, this whole thing is like 20 acres of cemetery and the path is like a maze. Now, I think all the graves are from the people that wandered into there then died of old age trying to get out. And I had my sat nav on and it was going, turn left, turn left, turn left. Turn left, turn left. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go around in circles. Oh yeah, that's something I found as well. Sat nav on your phone, for some reason in Dusseldorf it gets really confused by tram roads, like roads that you're not meant to drive on, that are just for trains, but Google for some reason thinks that they're perfectly fine to ride on, which when there's a thunderstorm with a mental downpour of rain and you're trying to e-scooter yourself back to the hotel in the dark and then you're like, oh, okay, I'm just going to go where my sat nav tells me because I want to get dry, and then it makes you go head on into bloody tram roads in the rain on an e-scooter that's not particularly good at riding on tram lines. Yeah, so yeah, that's good fun. Enjoyed that. Choo choo. We don't really have trams. Yeah, we don't really have trams in the UK. We've got Sheffield has them, Nottingham has them, but Tories got rid of them all, I guess. I blame the Tories for everything. But yeah, trams are awesome actually. It's really weird how yeah, they're really common in Europe though. Like Berlin, Dusseldorf, Cologne. I'd like loads of French towns have them as well. Croydon's, but Croydon's tram is really not that big. Yeah, well, Blackpool tram as well is not exactly, look. That's not really on the same scale as the tram systems that you have in most of the big German cities. Come on. It's not even comparable. I mean, even Katowice, that's got a proper tram system. Oh, well, look. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying it's not on the same level as tram systems in like pretty much every city. Does Dortmund has trams as well? I have seen though the bus trams where they go from the cable buses, and they've got those like wheel the things. It's like concrete train. Oh, do you know what I'm trying to say? They still use wheels, but then they have like a train line, but it's for wheels for the buses. Oh, you're on about proper ones, but there was a really cool convertible bus thing. Wimbledon. I've been to Wimbledon. Why would you want to go there, though? Oh dear, what is going on, guys? Ah, yeah, need to. Oh, that was cool. In Dusseldorf, they had a 40s, 1950s tram going around. That was awesome. There's is it Hiroshima in Japan? They still have some of the 1940s trams that go around as well. I think it's Hiroshima. Woo, that was close. Yeah, UK doesn't do trams as well. We need to bring them back. Bring back the tram. I don't know what happened. I don't know what you could be talking about. Can't debate. I can't think of anything in particular. I like to not think about anything that is arguably pretty disgusting that the West has done. It makes it easier that way. It'd be really bad to blow up the entirety of a city centre and then almost needlessly blow up another one just to make a point. You know, just go, well. Actually, it's actually quite complicated, that whole Nagasaki Hiroshima thing. There's so many arguments either way, and then like the fear of Russia invading Japan, and either way, it's humans killing each other. It's very hard. It's very hard. Like, from reading into it a bit more, it's actually pretty difficult to really get a solid ethical viewpoint on it. You know, to go with the information to hand at that point in time, what would be the decision that causes the least amount of deaths, or what would be the most likely decision to cause the least amount of deaths, is actually quite hard to categorically go, well, this is categorically the best or categorically the worst decision. But either way, it's always like the average person that gets screwed over, isn't it? So Sky, it wasn't that simple, Skywilk, like, because there was also the issue of the structure of the Japanese government and their like the president, and then the royalty and how that operates, and then the arguments within their political system, and as I say, the Russians potentially invading, and then what would happen if obviously there'll be Western interest for doing it. I think you could probably make some really good arguments that you wouldn't have needed to have caused as much destruction as happened. Like, you maybe could have made the point without killing as many civilians, and so the target could have been different. I'm not advocating nuking anything. What I am saying though is it's the more you look into it, it actually gets very complicated. I also have to think as well. People latch onto the nuking component of it, which is obviously nuclear bombs are horrendous, but the West had been firebombing. The West had been firebombing cities ridiculously. But I'm not reading Western sources. That's the whole point. So, yeah, the firebombing in the 1940s was mental. Like, so many civilians died, and then yeah, so. And then also you have the within the American government as well, the disputes within the American government and the warmongers, and who would what in terms of the political power in the American government, and who was actually taking control of things, and to what extent, and you can't. Things are not just one person making a decision that then results in a clear, outcome of, oh, I decide that we bomb this. It's like lots of interactions. So that's where a lot of the complexity arises from. Ultimately, it's always the average, the person that has nothing to do with all the shit that pays for it, isn't it? So. There's no profit in peace. They just roll a dice and laugh. Well, they probably no. They do roll a dice and laugh, but they don't think they're rolling a dice. They don't think that that's what they're doing. That's the thing, isn't it? They think that they're doing God's work or something. Hello, he's disappeared. Yeah. It's pretty mental now that you have people talking about like saber rattling for nukes now, and it's like, bloody hell, can we not? Can we maybe not? Although, would nukes potentially cause global cooling? So maybe a small nuclear war, not a big one, just a small one. Maybe that will actually mitigate all the global warming, and the end result will be a net positive. So, glass half full. Small. I don't know, not too big. Just a medium size. Not like everyone nuking each other, but just a few, just a couple. Or it doesn't have to be nukes. Like a super volcano could go off or something, like Yellowstone Park. Yeah, just like one of those sharing platters of a nuclear war. So not a full 3-course meal, but like a good sharing platter where you don't feel like you need any more or a dessert. That sort of a scale. No, Yellowstone Park will be fine. It wouldn't be the entire continent destroyed. And have you seen the predictions of like if Yellowstone Park erupted, like America would be covered in lava, the ash would be insane. An amuse boom, you could call it. Yeah. Who doesn't like a small spectacle? That's actually, those mega volcano things are insane though. Like, I think we're sort of within 100,000 years of potentially having another one happen. And if it did, like if you had Yellowstone go off, that's it. that is like, we'd have to move to New Zealand. Just jump in the volcano. I mean, New Zealand would become like the place to be on Earth. Everyone would want to live there. That's close. Yeah, this super volcanoes are the equivalent of like 1,000 Mount Etnas or something. That would be a good film, actually. Super volcano, and it's about Yellowstone Park erupting, and then the film is set in like the period of it erupting, but then also the societies afterwards. Yeah, but New Zealand's, that's why it's filled with sheep. So whenever there's like a strong earthquake or an eruption, they use the sheep as like airbags, padding. That's their plan. The tsunami would cause New Zealand to tip over. I always thought New Zealand looked a bit like Jurassic Park. Some parts of it, the where the hills are. Didn't they film Jurassic Park in New Zealand? They should have. Right. That's my quality. I know they filmed Lord of the Rings there. No, so where's the island? We need to fly to Jurassic Park in Flight Sim. Hawaii. Hawaii is where Jurassic Park was filmed. That's cool. Yeah, we did get it working. I think they patched it. When did we try it? Yeah, no, we did. We did it. We tried the London update, didn't we? After, yeah. Yeah, Nublar. Nublar. fictional film is Nublar. That's where it's supposed to be. The original Jurassic Park film was shot on sound stages in California. Yeah, I really like Jurassic Park as a film. Alright. Yeah. Just realised I've accidentally. Oh no. Yeah, we might have accidentally left our force feedback joystick turned on whilst I was away. Oh well. Here we go, guys. Let's go racing. Was that the time it wasn't working? See, yeah, that was before we tried the update. But no, we got there. No, we got to Bonn. We landed in Bonn. We got most of the way there. I just got confused with the Rhine and some other river. Also, did you know that the Rhine goes all the way from Switzerland? So you can get there's a river that's in Swiss that connects onto the Rhine. It's a really nice Swiss city where it's like got really nice clear water. It'll be like ice melt water, so it'll be really cold swimming. But yeah, you could kayak. This is tempting. This is a really bad idea, but you could kayak from Switzerland to Holland. Like the Rhine goes through Switzerland, Germany, France, Belgium, and Holland. That's 5 countries. That would be so good. But I think it would take a long time if you tried to kayak the entirety of the Rhine. But how amazing would that be? To kayak the whole Rhine. It'd probably take like 3 weeks, so it'd probably take a month. It's quite fast flowing river, so you'd be doing like a good sort of 10 miles an hour pretty much all the time. Well, let's say 5 miles an hour. An average speed of 5 miles an hour for 10 hours a day is not bad. Might even be faster through some bits. Exactly, Carton, yeah. Yeah. CGI should be used for stuff in the distance, things that are moving quickly. And then practical effects should be used for anything that an actor has to interact with or is close up to the camera. I think it just works better for actors. I think they can act better. I don't, Frank. This is one of the things I need to do is... oh, guys, come on. Good job avoiding me, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, we need to... I need to adjust. So I've got a kayak seat, obviously, in my... Well, I've got 2 kayaks. One of them has a sit on top, and one of them's a normal kayak. I need to make it a bit more comfortable. I normally only kayak for like an hour or 2 at a time. The longest kayak journey I've ever done was about 8 hours, I think I did once. Which is pretty hardcore. 8 hours of paddling on a stationary river is... Your hands don't like you after that. I did learn how to ride a unicycle when I was like 14. I've not done it recently though. For some reason, yeah, I know one of my cousins was into like fire breathing and juggling and stuff, so I think that's my parents were then like, oh, here's some juggling balls. And then yeah, some friends of my parents who lived in Belgium, one of them worked for a toy company or something. I don't know what they did. It was like selling toys or something. I don't know, but they had a unicycle, so I spent like a week on holiday learning to ride a unicycle. I do actually have a carbon fibre kayak paddle. Yeah, they're not actually that expensive. It's not that much difference. A carbon fibre kayak paddle compared to a aluminum one. It's not that different, to be honest. Unicycle the video. I've said this before. The problem with unicycles is every time you fall off them, they twat you in the gooch. It's the worst thing ever. Yeah, I can only juggle 3 balls. I never... So, 3 balls is alright. 4 balls is basically just juggling 2 balls in both hands. 5 balls is proper juggling, but that's really hard. Like, 3 balls is easy. But, yeah, juggling 5 is really, really difficult because you have to throw the balls quite high. So you have to be really accurate. And you also have to, yeah... Yeah, five is difficult. It's to do with how high you throw the balls, isn't it? I think is a big part of it. And then you have to be really... So with 3 balls, you don't have to be that accurate. Also, I never learned how to juggle battens either. I could throw them between like 3 between 2 people, but doing it yourself, 3 battens is well hard because you have to get the rotation. You have to throw it. You have to make sure the rotation is correct. Yeah. Maybe we could do... I've always wanted to learn that, though. It's just something I never got around to. Juggling's really good, actually, as a thing. Even if you're just juggling 3 balls, it's a really relaxing thing to do. Nice one there, the Matty Online. Zen experience, yeah. So weirdly, when I lived in France, the French school I went to, they did juggling as a lesson as well, which is strange. Like I'd already learned it as a kid. I don't know why they did that. It was like PE. It was like a PE lesson, and they were like, "Oh, right, today we're going to learn juggling." We never did that in the UK. Yeah, in French school we also did frisbee as well, because that's quite a popular sport in France, frisbee. Like 5-a-side frisbee. It's actually a really good game, to be honest. It's actually a really fun... 5-a-side frisbee is great. Don't know why we don't... Well, UK is like so miserable. With like... UK, it's like, oh, we just do bloody football. That's it. Cricket and football. It's like 5-a-side frisbee is well good fun. Oh, what are you doing? You penis. You're going to get banned. Secretella. Why would you do that? Not frisbee golf. No, like, imagine 5-a-side football. Imagine 5-a-side football, but it's frisbee. We getting loose, boys. Football but a dish. Yeah, exactly. It was really... So the fun part of Ultimate Frisbee, the fun part of it is that you're not allowed to run when you've got the Frisbee. And so you're rewarded for passing very accurately and also for moving quickly and then passing quickly. So, and then obviously passing the Frisbee without it being intercepted by the other team. It's kind of like a mixture of netball and 5-a-side football. Now, I know, Dr. Longman, I will do. I don't know why he revenge took some people out. Well, yeah. I saw that, Matt, online. Yeah, they're planning to sell like houses and spawn locations and stuff, which is insane. I don't know with AC Evo, are they using the same graphics engine that AC1 did, but obviously upgraded? It's going to be really interesting. Is this guy wrecking everyone constantly? Yeah, what an idiot. He's going to get banned. He can't wreck me. Sacritilla's going to get perma-banned. We'll finish this race and then we'll ban them. Why do people do that? Like you set up a server that's set up really nicely. To be honest, it will auto-ban them pretty quickly because they're crashing so much. This is the whole thing with the rating system. Once you get to negative X amount of teabags, you can't join. But yeah, it's really weird. You set up a server that's quite nice. People can race on it nicely. You know. I never really understood that with racing games. Like I can understand people that wreck other people in a subtle way, where you know it doesn't look like you're wrecking them, like a Michael Schumacher style wreck. I understand that, but wrecking people in a way that's obvious that you're going to get banned, it's just stupid. Like if you didn't care about getting banned off a server or a game, then you would wreck everyone at the get qualifying first and then reverse at the start of the race and take everyone out, or you know, cause another driver to crash into another driver. There's so many ways you control in driving sims without it looking like it's your fault. People are just not creative anymore. In Dave Defeat Source, we used to get the machine gun. Right, so you get the machine gun, you could fire a sofa all the way through the map, and then you could position the sofa so that you could then deploy you stand on the sofa to deploy the machine gun on the wall overlooking the enemy spawn. So basically, you then could spawn camp the entire enemy spawn with the machine gun and win every time. But you had to. It was tricky because you had to get the sofa through the entire map, which is not easy. Like navigating a sofa through Anzo. But that was just genius. Yeah, I wish I'd recorded some of that. Like the stuff that we're doing, Dodd. And honestly, you'd see there'd be like a battle going on, and then you'd just see a sofa go flying down the street. All these people are fighting, and then you've got me and some other people trying to get a sofa to the enemy spawn, as if that was the point of World War II. Honestly, there's the most ridiculous stuff ever. It's so funny. Absolutely crying with laughter. They fixed it in the end. I think I forced Valve to fix their game. In the original Day of Defeat, you could climb on the roofs. You could jump. You could jump onto the edge of some parts of the map, and then you could climb onto roofs. So you could then jump across building to building and then get all the way to the enemy spawn on the rooftops. And then you could basically spawn camp from rooftops. That was good fun as well. That should be an actual game. That was really fun. And it was really hard. It wasn't like, oh, you're spawn camping. Well done, you've just got to the spawn. It was genuinely really hard because you had to do pixel time jumping and surfing. And not get seen by the enemy whilst trying to sneak across the rooftops, fully exposed. It was so good. This is all back in 2000s. Oh man, that was so fun. I don't know if LFM will work for it. The problem is with AMS2, I don't see how it's going to pan out. Everyone's just going to play AC Evo. Purple, you look good. No, I got fat, mate. It's just because I'm wearing a shirt with a V-neck, it makes me look thin. I'm a right fat git. I've gone back on a healthy diet now. No biscuits, no cereal. Since being back from Germany, I'm eating vegetables and rice. I did have a pizza earlier. Yeah, I did have a pizza, but it was only half a pizza. It was only half a pizza. MySpace angles, yeah. Someone called me fat on one of our YouTube videos from Gamescom. They must be like gay or something, and they're like, I would fancy him, but he's fat, so I don't. There must be. It must be like it must be. Because why, if you're a straight guy, why would you care if another guy was fat? Like, how is it going to be off-putting to you? You'd be like, well, it's not. Do you know what I mean? It's not ruining the. You're not looking at them in a sexual way, are you? But then I have friends that are bears. So for those of you that don't know, that's like you have people that are gay but they like larger men, like sometimes fat men or just chubby men or whatever. There's a whole scene around it. So I mean, I wouldn't be a bear, but I could probably just fit in as a cub. That's like a slightly fat guy. So they like that. So I don't really know what to think, really. Oh well. They couldn't help. Chubby funsters. And I just think it's really weird. Like, also, if someone is fat, right? So let's say you see you're watching a YouTube channel and someone's a bit like I am a little bit fat, so I don't mind someone calling me. I don't mind someone calling me fat because I am. So like the truth. But like, let's say you're watching a YouTube channel, guy, girl, whatever, and they're fat, and you go, I'm going to write a comment saying how fat they are. It's like, well, do you not think they would have noticed that they're fat? And then also, what do you want them to do? They're not going to get thin for the video that they've already made. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's really weird. It's like years ago I didn't have a good webcam, so we had to film in black and white because my webcam was so shit it couldn't do colour properly. But if I set it black and white, it wasn't glitching out, so it was actually okay. And it was the only web camera I had. So I had no money at all, so I was just using what I had. And I get so many, even I haven't had a comment on this recently, but for like 7 years after recording that video, I get a comment with someone going, why is it black and white? I can't, this video's unwatchable because it's black and white. It's like 7 years old video. It's like a 10-year-old video now. What do you want me to do? YouTube's insane. Race over. Oh, we got third place. Got some tea bags. This looks great. We could probably up the contrast a bit, though. I mean, the colour saturation. It looks great, though. Colour temperature. Gamma. Where's the colour setting? What was it? Contrast, saturation, here we go. Yeah, it's a little bit washed out. That's a bit better. Yeah. There you go. Oh yeah, banning time. What was their name? Let's have a look here. Should just be able to add their username to a ban list. What was the name, guys? Was it Secretella? I can't remember what it was. Yeah, Secretella. Right. I'll just add their name to the ban list. Lol. Let's see, block list. Ah, that West guy is the worst. Right, let me get another server. We'll do another race. I was enjoying that. It's good fun. This is nice. Thanks everyone that's clicked the like button and subbed and all that lark. Appreciate that. Huge Big Beans first. Gav Dellis second. Myself third. Yeet fourth. Ched Ed fifth. Well done, guys. Let's. What track should we do? It's a game of muscle server. What should we do? Do a different car. We should stick with AC content. We could do Spa. Or we did Mugello just before this. Oh dear. I don't have Barcelona set up. We could do that. Let's do Spa, but I'll change the weather, so it'll be interesting. We could do Road Atlanta, but I'm going to do Spa because we'll do with a stock Spa, and then we're going to check. But I'm going to put the weather on a different setting, and we can do what's a good fast car that's part of AC, like not too fast. Like maybe the Maserati MC12 could be good, or maybe we could do like a GT3 car or GT3 Monza. Yeah, there you go, Adam. Yeah, there you go. Porsche RSR. Good call. See, he's on top of it. That's a good car. The Porsches in AC are so good. Like Porsche, the car company, should give Kunos a bonus because they're so good. Right, and then we'll do the weather. We use the shader patch weather. Did everyone manage to get into that server? So we'll go for March. Let's try like 4 PM. See what we get. See if we get like nice orange kind of lighting. 5 PM should actually be sunset at this time of year. Matty Online, well, the range should work alright, but it's not really like a proper way of doing it, is it? Let's go for scattered clouds, or we could go for windy. We could let's try windy. Why not? I don't know what that's about. There we go. Right, servers up. Oh, it's Spark OSRW. We've done the wrong one. It doesn't matter. You'll need the OSRW extra pit boxes. If you want to get the pit boxes, they should be in the description on YouTube. Get in there. Alright, thanks for clicking the like button, guys. You got like 200 likes almost, which is cool. Nice. So in terms of the new features that were in Pure, we have new features. I think it's just mostly the LCS stuff. Skybox is working. Optimization. Yeah, Adam, it's just because I did have the F2004 card, but don't worry about that. Terez, have you got the latest shader patch? It should work in VR. If it's working on a screen, it should work in VR. Don't see why it wouldn't. Hello, review for the tube. We're alright, yeah, we're good. We were at Gamescom, that's why we weren't live streaming. I almost did a live stream in Germany, but I couldn't be bothered. I was too tired. I was like, I could live stream from my phone walking around Dusseldorf, but then I was so exhausted. I was like, I don't have the energy. That's alright. Everyone can make fun of me. It's fine. I can't believe, right? We did that tour video of Gamescom, and the 7-hour tour video, and that got like 5,000 views, which is fine. That good watch time and stuff. Awesome. And then I was like, oh, okay. I do a sim racing edit of it, and that's had like 10,000 views. It's like, guys, all the same footage is there, but people are too lazy to watch an amazing walk through the entirety of the game. They don't want that. They just want to see the sim racing equipment. What is wrong with people? It's like they've got lives and they don't want to waste any time. This is Pac-Man 3D. Just search for Game of Muscle, you can get in the server. Idiots. Yeah. Endurance viewers. Oh, thank you, Ludty Jen. No, but I'm happy we got enough views from the Gamescom content for it to be worthwhile. It's hard to know with YouTube stuff if, like, going to something like Gamescom is quite a lot of time away from doing other stuff. So we were quite lucky that those new Moser pedals were there, and like trade shows are good for networking and just meeting people's awesome. Like for fun, that's really nice, but it can be hard to like work out if it's worth the time cost. Like, 'cause it ends up being like a week and a half. Even if you just go for 3 days somewhere, it's going to end up being like 7 or 8 days of actual time that you're doing stuff. So, it was worth making a 7-hour video. Yeah. So, But that was awesome going to it because it was nice to see Ozzy Stig. I hadn't seen him for ages. Nice to see the new Corsair sim rig. Good to chat with the Moser people again. So I hadn't seen them for like a year or so. So actually to see them in person. So I've emailed with them, but like to chat with people in person is nice. There was some German people from Thrustmaster, German side of Thrustmaster. They were really cool. That was really funny. They're really good. And yeah, like some people from Sim Racing Expo, some other people I know through sim racing stuff. So it's good. It's always worth it. The social thing. It always makes sense. But then on a YouTube content side of thing, it's like, oh, it's nice to chat about seeing Aris as well. That's cool. We always bump into him and stuff all the time. But yeah, the content side, it's hard to know because sim racers are bloody weird. Like, so for example, the force feedback joystick is well interesting. Like, I don't know how other people could not be interested in a bloody proper force feedback joystick. They're not really that interested. See, they're not that. So they're interested in the announcement of it, but they're not that interested to see first impressions of it. The drift game, that Japanese Drift Masters, no one cares about that, but it's really interesting. It's like a Simcade drifting game that will have single player and a training mode. So from a interesting driving game perspective, that's really good. But nobody cares for views. I think that video got like 3,000 views. It's like nobody cares, which is weird because it's good. The game is interesting. No, Andy, you have to download it, get it off Patreon, and then install it manually. Just watch the video on how to install it. Counter debate, yeah. Well, hopefully Moser will send us some equipment. They're still working on the software and stuff, so. Yeah, exactly, Jared. I think the drift game will be popular on consoles. So yeah, that's the thing. Like, people seem to like the walkthrough footage. When you're for the sim racing hardware, people seem to really like those videos. But then people don't seem to like interviews with the companies. Like, I noticed this on other YouTubers' channels. You do an interview with the company and like nice insider conversation, or like, you know, from the horse's mouth. No one cares, and it's like, why? Like, it's actual information. So YouTube's just so weird how it all works in terms of views. Basically, your average person, they're like, what's new? There's been an announcement, it's been marketed. Oh, what is it? Does it look shit or not? Okay, that type of video. Then it's like, oh, Formula 1. Oh, it's someone doing a career mode of Formula 1. Oh, I've just watched them do the career mode. They love that kind of stuff. Then it's like the iRacing thing of, oh, I've seen someone play iRacing. Are they winning? Or they normally do win. So I'm watching a good person play that game. But they're always just doing the same thing. It's like, oh, within the top 5. Okay. So it's even people do like nicely edited videos of like, oh, here's the main stuff at Gamescom, and it doesn't get that many views when it's the same content. It's so weird what people tend to consume. Try what? The ASMR, well, it wouldn't be ASMR counter debate because it's just noise. Yeah, I think it's to do with it's to do with expectation. So the bulk of it is somebody already knows about something, and they then want that thing, that expectation to be satisfied. So with like watching someone play F1, it's someone knows about Formula 1, then they're like, oh, I wonder how well that person I know that plays it is doing in it. Or, you know, they know about motorsport and stuff. They're an iRacer, and then they're like, oh, I want to watch someone that's going to be consistently finishing in the top 4 or 5, and I can kind of enjoy the game vicariously. It's like with the car stuff. Like, all the popular car content online is like supercars. It's like someone's like, oh, I know what a Ferrari or a Lamborghini is. Oh, there's a new Lamborghini. Oh, this person's going to go show some more camera shots of it and maybe talk about the history of the car. Okay. Oh, here's a famous vintage car that I'm never going to drive, I'm never going to see, and actually has no relevance to my life whatsoever, but I've heard that it's a really famous vintage car, and I've heard it's amazing, so I'm now going to watch someone go through a list of facts about this car, even though you actually have to drive it to really understand what it's about. But it's not even, Jared, it's not even that, because I can't say the word, but like that kind of stuff, if it was nice camera shots and the sound of it, so like there's some videos on YouTube where it's like old cars with just the car engine noise and it's nice shots, that's fine, because it's like, oh, well, that's really pleasing to watch footage, sounds amazing, cars being absolutely driven to the limit, that's fantastic. You're seeing something that you couldn't otherwise see. But when it's like it's basically consumerism, pure consumer marketing stuff. That's what's weird, and that seems to be the lowest effort, most profitable stuff. It's consumerism, isn't it, really, I think. Oh, wow. It is what it is. I need to increase my shadow quality into the distance here. No. So, game on. You think AC Evo will beat iRacing? It won't, because iRacing has like a really big user base that's been built up over a long period of time. And so you have to think of it, forget about it being a good simulator or driving thing. It's a video game that has players that play that game that have enjoyed getting good at it and then want to beat other people. So, no, basically, iRacing will always, I think it will have its user base that will be very hard to. You could. It wouldn't be like it kills it or beats it. It could be that, for example, like if a game comes out on PC and console as well, let's say AC Evo has ranking and it's on console and PC, the total users could be a lot higher. That could happen, but no, iRacing will always. I mean, I think iRacing could sort of gradually fizzle out a bit over time if people start realising that it's a bit weird, but I don't think it will. I think, it's got its user base. It's sort of like iRacing is sort of culturally established as the de facto competitive race sim. I bet you Kunos don't put ranked racing into AC Evo though, because Kunos will be like, oh, we don't think it's important. So we've made community tools better. Which would be really dumb, but Kunos. It's also the most realistic. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Jared Paul iRacing's like WoW, yeah. So you have to look at, even with WoW's updates that made it worse. So WoW, they did WoW Classic more recently, but like they casualized WoW, which got rid of a lot of hardcore players, but there's still quite a few people that load up WoW and go back to it and just want to play WoW. Like they don't. They, you know, because you get used, like, even I play iRacing, and like I do, there's aspects of it that I enjoy, and you do have like a nostalgia for stuff that you put a lot of time into. Like I still load up CS Source every now and again. I you know, DOD. So. Yeah. Ah! Well, so the ranked online racing thing. Oops, we just killed ourselves. It's more to do with it's a cultural thing of wanting to run a game as a service, and then having to do servers and everything. So we'll see. Yeah, well, I think any driving game worth its salt should have online ranked racing. Like, even what LMU's done, it should just be the basics, shouldn't it? Like, you load the game up, and then you're like, oh, there's every hour there's a race that's an organised race with the settings all done. Okay, like, that's just convenient, and it also means that you get a better time with the game. Basically like what Gran Turismo started it, really, with the GT Sport. It's how Rocket League works, it's how Counter-Strike works. I think any sports game needs an online ranking system. I think I might make the shadows a bit less dark. This looks good though. Where's this shadow? Where are they? There's an option for shadow. Where is it? Where's this bloody shadow setting? There isn't a search box in here, is there? There isn't a search box on this. I'm in shader. You might have to do it in Content Manager.
The pace car is out of control.
How was the game show? It was good. Oh, I'm sure there's a setting. I remember changing it before. Oh, that's cool. Ah, that's handy. Magic slider. Ah, directional lamp. This might be it. Oh. Well, I think we might have got it right. I think it's in Shader Patch. It's just I don't like my shadows to be too dark because it's oh. I mean, it's realistic, but it's uncomfortable. Too much contrast. Yeah. This looks good though. Better shadow model. The clouds, it had clouds before, but this is pure LCS now has clouds. It didn't used to have clouds in the linear color space mode. Green sunset. That's where it's at. Well, so the AccuForce wheel actually has a lot of sliders. If you want to do custom force feedback. Well, that went well. Okay, we're ready to go racing here. I think it might be in Shader Patch. I think there's a separate setting for shadow brightness, which we can adjust. But it's good. It's good. I think the defaults are a little bit washed out, but then you can adjust it and it's fine. But I don't think it's like oh my god, look how much better it is than it was before, but it's, you know, it's fine. It is quite nice being able to have the control to adjust stuff, I think. Like, you know, it's... I think the defaults, what you need with games is the defaults should be really good, totally fine. But then it is nice being able to go, oh, well, I'm going to adjust the camera settings, oh, I'm going to adjust the brightness. Because if a developer happens to pick something that's terrible, you're then stuck with it. So I think you need to have it so it's hidden away so that people that are new to it don't get confused or overwhelmed by shitloads of pointless options. Same with force feedback and everything. But you should basically always have a basic setting. So like with force feedback, the options should be strength, damper, and then like effects, and the effect thing would control engine vibration, slip or whatever. Right, that's fine. So like 3 options at most, or even just 1 option, and then the defaults are on that 1 option. Fine. And then you could pick advanced, and there's all the other options that you can adjust it if you want to, and just make sure the defaults are really good defaults. And then the same with graphics and everything. Just have good solid defaults. Done. I really hope with AC Evo they don't make it super dumbed down for morons. let's force next session here. Here we go. Oh, it's really weird though, isn't it? The amount of times that games have like really bad default settings. I mean, how many games you load up now where they've got like motion blur, weird camera movement, weird field of view, and it's just like, why? You're playing U-Boat. Oh, do you get to drive a boat? It's underwater. Oh yeah, they always do that, yeah. It's like, oh, welcome to the game. Let's do some races. Oh, no, you're going to have to press escape. You're going to have to change settings because nothing's bound yet. We're going to assume that you're playing with an Xbox controller. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that assumption. Yeah, well, we'll see sim racing Wales. We shall see. It's certainly going to be interesting. This looks fantastic. Game changer. Game changer. I see it with other stuff. It's like a default YouTube meme, isn't it? Like, people know they're going to get views. I have to try this in VR.
Game change.
Game changer. Oh dear. Oh, this isn't gonna work. Well, somehow it has. Oh, this is worked out. Clean. Ah, there it is. So it's cleaner than iRacing. Don't know how. The gap. That's going good. Looks nice.
I can't believe it's a 10-year-old game.
The famous AC.
It's amazing how good it looks for a 10-year-old game.
Changing the game. Blowing the cartridge. Oh. Oh no. Well, that went well. A little bit of punting going on there. It was so good the previous lap. Absolute disaster. Everyone's bopping each other and sliding everywhere. Bop bonanza. Bonk. Yeah, turned into an adult movie. Where's he going? Oh dear. Someone's hospitalised. Kebab shop special. Oh yeah, well, so when I was in Germany, I had a Durham kebab, where it's basically like a bread, like a not pita, like a stretchy flatbread, but then it's got like kebab and salad stretched around like a ton of kebab meat. Durham. It's like a weird. The U with the accent. I don't know what it is in the UK. Like a sandwich wrap, but kebab. Well, the thing is, Kunos could do whatever with the handling, and whatever they do, there'll be a selection of people that go, "Oh, it's so realistic! It's the best thing ever," regardless of if it's better or worse. They will be like, wow, the developer said it's the best and this One Wheel Race driver said it's the best. So whatever they do, there will always be a group of people, like it could be amazing or terrible, either way there'll always be a group of people that go, the best thing ever, so much better than this, and then they won't be able to point to exactly why. It'll just be, you know. Was Gamescom in Germany worth it? It depends what you're going for. I think if you're into general gaming and you were going with a group of friends and you just wanted to go to like a gaming thing, why not? It's not expensive. For sim racing, you're much better off going to Sim Racing Expo. Gamescom is more about like popular games and cosplay and stuff. Well, I hope I don't hate it, because I want a decent game that's cross-platform that I can actually that we can actually play and enjoy. You know, I have a suspicion that what will happen is AC Evo will be terrible, but people will lap it up for some reason, and then iRacing will finally fix the tyre model and netcode, but everyone will have gone to AC Evo, which will be worse than iRacing. So there'll be me going, iRace is really good now, guys. And everyone will be like, no, AC Evo, mate. That would be, I mean, to be honest, it'd be pretty funny. I would, you know, whatever. I'll just go with whatever is the best, though. Which is a bad strategy, because most people are not like. If your goal is to make money and be successful in sim racing, you should basically follow whatever's popular, regardless of if you objectively know that what's popular is a bit shitty. You just follow what's popular. So iRacing, Gran Turismo, F1, you know.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1,
yeah.
GT mods. It's really
Yeah, AC Evo will kill ACC, I'm pretty sure. Which is weird. I don't know why Kunos don't keep ACC as like an official GT3 racing game and keep developing it. And just do that, but yeah.
The pace car is out of control.
I have seen the new graphics update, yeah. Looks quite good. No, ACC just won't be developed anymore because Kunos are they're putting all their resources into AC Evo. So yeah, it's just they'll just use AC Evo instead of ACC, basically. Because Kunos aren't a huge developer. I mean, as far as I'm aware, it just doesn't make sense for them to. I would have thought you would have a separate team that does ACC with that licensing and everything, and that's the GT3 game, and then you'd focus all the esports on it. So you do the Renge Sport thing with ACC, and then that would make sense, right? But I get the impression that what's going to happen is AC Evo is just going to replace ACC and AC. That's the goal. So, which from a development perspective, it makes sense to roll it into a single product, actually, but still. We'll have to see. We'll have to see, guys. Yeah, well, I think it's the engine is an updated version of the original Kunos engine, I believe. I'm not sure. But that's good, to be honest, because we know this original Kunos engine we know what it can do. I don't know, or have they said it's using some other engine? So we don't know. Yeah, if you say all new proprietary engine, it would stand to reason that they might have used some of the code base from the original AC engine and then developed new stuff on it. Well, it could be a completely new engine, but the way that engines are typically developed, you use libraries and concepts. So, but yeah, who knows? I mean, it makes sense for them to it doesn't really matter. Thing is, as long as it's a custom-made engine for sim racing, it'll be interesting to see the Straight 4 Project Motorsports game, because that's going to use the Giants engine, which is currently used by Farm Simulator. So it could be that. Maybe that's a really good game engine. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see, though. I don't think that's going to come out. Project Motor Racing, I think, has like at least another year or two of development. So that'll be interesting to see if they're still at the point of choosing game engine. That's going to be like, that'll add another year or two of dev time. No, AC Evo's not using Unreal 5 now. I need to get that Jerapol, actually. That's a good point. I keep forgetting. Can you guys keep reminding me if I live stream and I haven't played it yet? Oh yeah, no, Project Motorsport Week should be good. It's a shame I saw some of the developers at Gamescom, but I didn't have enough time to go up to them and harass them. Would have been nice to chat with them briefly. I was too busy doing other stuff. Yeah, no, I think that Project Motorsport's going to be really interesting. Because the guys behind Project Cars and what they tend to do ends up being pretty mental. So, and they are, they're trying to make a hardcore simulator. So from my perspective, it'd be really nice to have iRacing, updated tyre model, and actual realistic handling. AC Evo potentially better than AC1 or at least better than ACC, and cross-platform, but maybe quite grounded. Who knows what else they'll do. And then another racing game that's maybe a bit more experimental, like how Project Cars 2 was. Just like totally, absolutely crazy shit. That'd be nice. Thanks for subscribing, Surly SX. Welcome. Surely SX. I have to say though, the next Descenders game looks really good. The snowboarding Descenders. That's what I'm most excited for. This looks awesome. Like, I tell you what, the brightness from the sun in contrast to the shaded areas and the distance shadows looks a bit better now. Like when you're in a shaded bit of track versus a bright bit of track, some of the there's slightly better tone to things. Well, that's it, Sim Racing Wales. So the ideal thing, the ultimate thing would be for AC Evo to have the force feedback and general controllability that AC1 has, but for the cars to be snappier, like the amount of controllable slip to be a little bit lower, so it's a little bit tighter on the tyres, the response of the cars to be faster, and then the off-throttle and diff behaviour and suspension behaviour to be a bit more responsive, like under the limit, to have the cars in a sense be more like iRacing under the limit, so the cars more aggressively respond to throttle and brake input. If they can do that, that would that would be amazing. And then we can have the Moser boost pedal on all pedals. Or people could buy active pedals or whatever, but Moser boost pedal, and then we can have a force feedback joystick and play Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, which will have a full career mode with credit system and jobs, and you'll be able to fly around Europe doing like a job like putting out forest fires and helicopter flights with your force feedback joystick. Yeah. And so it could actually be the golden age of sim racing, the real golden age, not the fake one that we've had now. The real golden age could take place. You're curious to see how it handles damage. Yeah, well, damage is a difficult one to do well. Do you know what? Spa's running better than it did last time. But I'm still getting that weird, like, occasional drop where I suddenly drop, like, a few frames, but I'm not sure what's causing it. Yeah, Timo, it's because I've been in Germany, so when you talk to, like, beautiful women in Germany for a week, it makes you happy. And then you live in the UK for a bit, Like it'll take like a 3 or so weeks in the UK, and I'll be depressed again. I'll be like, British. I'm British. Oh dear, I'm British. That's how it works. What was I going to do? Oh, frame rate. Where is it? Where's the graphics card thing? Where's it bloody gone? We'll do another race, guys, if you want. That was good fun. I need to record some more footage. I mean, I should really just do a video. We could do one more race. I'll get a cup of tea. I really need to do some actual productive stuff. I mean, we're live streaming. That's productive. I need to do more videos than live streams. This is my lesson. Where's the graphics setting? Oh, here we go. Oh, I've scrolled past it. Oh, bugger. Well, there's that. Well done, Renato. First, Adam second. Huge big beans in third. Well done, guys. Right. I'm going to set up a new track. Good one. I was just cruising around there. We got the colour settings good, though. I'm happy with how this looks. Right. What should we do? We could do Brands Hatch in the RSR. That'd be nice. Let's do that. And I can get a cup of tea as well. And a banana. Oh, you want predictions? Bloody hell. Yeah. Do you want anything else? Would you like do you want a beer as well? Right, Brands Hatch. We'll stick to the Porsche RSR. RSR. I've turned French. RS. How do Germans say R? They don't say air, do they? For R. Porsche RSR. Where is it? Here it is. Huge R. Right. Brands Hatch. I'll just make it the standard one. Rather than OSRW. And let's try different lighting. Oh yeah, the cloud setting. But the shadows I need to make darker. So we need weather settings here. Pure LCS. That's why we updated it, because LCS now has skyboxes. Jam sandwich would be nice, but I'm eating healthy now, so all I'm eating is I'm having pizza every now and again because my fridge is full of them, but I mean my freezer's full of them. Rice with vegetables and some fish. That's what I'm mostly eating. Which is fine. It's quite nice actually. Mackerel, tomato mackerel. Yeah, tomato mackerel with rice and vegetables is actually alright. $2.30, let's do that. That's when you go to the dentist. Right, here we go. Service should be up. I did meet some really attractive people, but they were all taken. Tale as old as time. Yeah. Right. Service up. Call a German Duna. Sim rating expert. I wouldn't really I need to find some German women in the UK. I mean, I don't really want to move to Germany. I do like Germany. I could live in the Eifel region. That's really nice. I don't think I'd want to live in Berlin, or I wouldn't want to live in Wuppertal. Is it Wuppertal? What? Any Germans in chat? What's Dortmund, Bonn, Cologne, Dusseldorf? Is that Wuppertal? Is that how it's? I think it's called Wuppertal. No, Dusseldorf is a region. Oh, so it's just... That is the region, it's just Dusseldorf. But that's not... I know. North of Rhine, Westphalia. Part of the Ruhr area. Lower Rhine area. Server's up, by the way, guys, if you want to get in it. Ah, it's called the Rhine-Ruhr region, which includes Köln, Wuppertal, Dusseldorf. Oh, that's like a quarter of bloody Germany. Well, that's ridiculous. Oh no. Rhine, Rußburg, Dusseldorf. Okay, so this is just all areas where the Rhine goes through. This is confusing. Right, where's this setting for the clouds? The north. No, it's not in the north, is it though? It's not sort of southwesterly. But it's not like Frankfurt, which is further south. Right, settings. Where do we do the shadows? In here. There's a shadow brightness setting. Alright, here we go. Shadows, wheels. Oh, no. Let's do the search for it. Well, that didn't work. Shader. Oh, content manager. Shadow settings. Oh, here we go. All shadow settings. Oh, what's this? Intel Core. Oh, this is epic offers from Intel. Aren't those Intel graphics cards crap? Oh, they... No. Hang on. Smart shadows. What is this? Smart... Smart shadows. Here we go. It's not that setting. There's something called shadow. Where is it? There is a shadow setting, right, that adjusts the transparency of shadows. Ah! Extra effects. Extra effects. You need a degree for this bloody game. Extra effects. No. Guys, where is it? What some of you must know. Maybe that's what it is, dang. Maybe that's what I'm remembering. I'm sure there's a setting in here, though, as well. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the shadow. There's a shadow setting that sets the shadow transparency, and it's in Content Manager. I don't know where it is. Right, let's just go through each tab till we find it. No, I don't. I'm just going to go through each one. We've already done that. VSTR, we couldn't find a setting for it. I'm pretty sure there was a setting in here for it. I think it used to be here, but maybe they got rid of it. I think they got rid of it. Yeah, I Oh, do we need to update all this anyway? Yeah, let's go on our server. Yeah, maybe there is somewhere in the PP to be able to do it. It used to be in. They used to have one there in Content Manager. I need a cup of tea. So, where would they have shadows if it was in here? So I've been adjusting it to my own settings. Should be one of these, really. Oh, here we go. That makes shadows lighter. But what we want to do is reduce the shadow. That messes up everything. That actually does the wrong. That's like the. You want the actual ambient. Just like more transparency on the shadows. Scene tab, where's that? No, that's affecting everything. So what is specifically shadow transparency? It's weird that they got rid of the option in shader patch. Huh? Oh well, maybe we'll find it one day. One day we'll find it. It's all right as it is now. It's just the shadows are very. I mean, they look good, but I like to make them a little bit lighter. It's a little bit more comfortable when you've got shadows and they're just a little bit less dark. It's more comfortable. I think it's quite fun with AC though, being able to go through all the different settings and adjust it to whatever you want. Yeah, but you don't have to do it. So I think it's nice having it as an option, and you can be like, oh, it's just part of the game, isn't it? Like, as long as the defaults are fine, which they are pretty good, the shader patch defaults. Sim racing's all about just tweaking and not actually driving, though. That's the whole point of sim racing. Pedal settings, wheel settings, light settings, force feedback settings, graphics settings, update NVIDIA, reinstall Windows. There's nothing else to do, is there, really? Oh man, I really hope Moser nail their active pedal. It'll be so good if you can have really nice, subtle force feedback stuff through the pedals. I really just, I don't feel that they'll nail the software though, that's the thing. Because it's such a hard thing to get right, and it's also not literal. Like the best way of doing it would be a non-literal interpretation. Like offering some force through the pedal that's quite weak but detailed. But it doesn't interfere with your input, but it gives you information. Yeah. Wow. But driving's boring, Steve. Real-world driving's about fiddling, so technically it's more realistic to be fiddling with settings non-stop. Real driving is go to a... Well, for example, when we went to Nordschleife last week, we arrived in the car and we went to go on the track and someone had crashed. They put a thing up straight away, so we're like, oh, so we ended up going to the Nürburgring GP track and then having a subway for like 30-40 minutes, and then drove back down to the Nordschleife and it was open again. So there you go, that was like an hour. So we had to go to the GP track, park in the car park, walk up, go up a lift, get a subway, then go back down the lift, then back into the car, then drive back to the track. That was like an hour. That's real driving. That's just a road car. Also, Mikael had to take some air pressure out of his car tyres, so that was already that. Then we had to take all the stuff that's loose in the car, put it in the boot, or like fasten it down a bit. So that's another 30 minutes. We had to drive to the track, and one of the roads was closed on the way there, so we had to drive around weird places. That's 2 hours. It's 2 hour, an hour and a half drive from Dusseldorf, and then I had to get a train for 2 hours to Cologne, or an hour and a half to some station outside of Cologne. So yeah, Real life is just fiddling. So the more fiddling, the more realistic, to be honest. It's nailing it. It's getting the experience. And I've been bitten by a bloody mosquito on my ear here. Why would you bite me here? Of all places to bite someone. Ah. What an annoying place to be bitten. Oh, let me get a banana and a cup of tea. Back in a second. Hello? Hello there? I think everyone's fallen asleep. Ah. Ow. Oh, what we got here? Hello, Damgam. King Dam. Be careful reversing because you might get auto banned. I've got some Nixie fish. Tuna, I think. Oh, yes. This is what happens when I'm eating healthy. I can only eat fish. Tin tuna. Fish man. It's weird that tuna is both wet and dry at the same time. Also, why do cats like fish so much? You think in the wild a cat wouldn't really get fish? They'd be eating mice and things. I don't know, but they seem to really like fish. I'm not the biggest fan of fish, but it's quite filling. No, I'm using House Involved Ultimates at the moment. Here we go. You guys going for the softs? I think I might go for mediums here. Yeah, I'm going to go for the mediums. Although, oh, we'll go 15 minutes on the soft tyres. Let's see. Yeah. Ah, we'll go for it. In it to win it. All in. Oh, that's better. Let's go. Oh, he needs to make the corner. We had our brake bias a bit too far forwards. Good car track combo this. Right, this could be interesting. This could be interesting on the tyres. I think they're on mediums. I think they did a last minute swap. I was scammed by AC's timing board. Oh well. It'll be fine. You know, we can make soft tyres last. They're not super soft, they should be fine. A bit close. A little bit. Well, no, I went a bit too fast with that. Choking on my fish. Can we can we not choke to death? I could catch up with P1 here. Okay, maybe we should. I think the green tarmac is not as good as the grey tarmac for some reason. Don't know why. You know what I mean? My tyres are overheating a touch here. Don't worry about that. It's all fine. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, these tyres just don't like it when you drive off the road for some reason. I don't know why. They, if anything, the grass should have a nice cleaning, cooling effect. Now he's done a game of muscle. Yeah, you don't want to drive off the road. Maybe AC simulates getting dirt on the tyres or something. So maybe we should stop driving on the dirt. Maybe. No battle! No battle! No battle! No battle! No battle! No battle! Oh, it's so stupid, that guy. No battle. Exactly. Really, the real driving is always on the grass. That's why rally cars exist. My rear left is like a barbecue. Now my rear right is like a barbecue. Barbecue wheel man. The wheels are barbecues. Oh, we're flying here, new PB as well. Mr. Beans has gone though. Oh, we got fastest lap, that's nice. Oh, I got some tea bags for that as well. We're almost dialed back into AC. Oh, Adamenar's pushing us. He's on his... Oh, he's on softs as well. he'll be having trouble. Mark Lyons in fourth. Mate, that is not how you exit the pit lane into bloody... Jesus Christ. That is not a... Oh, he's in the wall. What are you doing? What are you doing? How do you hit me twice? Oh my goodness. Yeah, so if you're a back marker and you're leaving the pit lane, typically you don't leave the pit lane over the white line directly into traffic. That's one thing. Then you don't crash off the track and join back into the people that are racing. That's the other thing. You know. Bloody hell. What a bloody hell. Bugger me. Ah, bugger. He's probably drunk. Bloody hell. Ah, bugger. Oh, Hughes Beans is putting a stonkers. 123.4. Oh, absolutely disgusting lap times. Can we get another PB? Tyres are falling off here, guys. We're on inner tubes. Oh, thanks for following, Kyrick. Welcome. Woo! You. Oh, thought I'd just drive off the road again. One of my hobbies is driving on grass. Adam NR's on soft still, so one more lap to go here. I'm quite happy with the podium. Yeah, the softs actually are not. I mean, they're not optimal for very long, so maybe they're not as fast as the mediums after 4 laps, 5 laps, but still drivable. I'm coming for you, Adam. Adam of soft tyres. Ah. Stolen. Stolen. Good driving now. Woo. Huge Big Venus won the race. It's Beans, not Venus. Adam NR second, we got third. Yeah, it's good. It's a nice car, this. It's basically it's basically a GTE. Yeah, it's a GTE car. Really good. They sound mental in real life, these Porsches. Good driving, guys. Right. That was awesome. Everything seems to be working, which is cool. The LCS stuff works. That's nice. Yeah. Nice. Who's playing? No one's playing Assetto Corsa. It's just me. On Twitch, that's pretty funny. Only me. Why is there so few people play AC properly? It's crazy. Ah, that's alright, Adam, yeah. Like, even ACC, there's hardly anyone on. It's so weird with sim racing. How few channels there are that get good views. I mean, at this time of day. Right. Awesome. We'll raid my cousin. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for taking part, guys. It's good testing. It's all working. No German wife, Mike. Thanks for everyone for watching the videos and like button and all that stuff. Really appreciate it. I will catch you guys. I'll catch you guys soon. But if you're on Twitch, you can check out our YouTube channel. We got Gamescom tour video reviews and stuff. But yeah. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.